Chapter 1770. After entering the belly of the mountain, there was a huge space inside. This place was filled with the aura of death. In addition to the place, it was extremely stressful. It made one's hair stand on end and did not want to stay in this place any longer. However, they soon saw many stone pillars. There were many words carved on them. It could be said that they were written in a flamboyant style. One look was enough to make one intoxicated. The words engraved on the stone pillars were the inheritance of a certain Almighty. If he could comprehend the true meaning within, it would be of great benefit to him. Looking at the stone pillars, Li Zheng's heart was filled with excitement. There were many opportunities here. No matter how unlucky he was, he would still be able to gain something. Therefore, Li Zheng became even more excited about this. This journey was really too comfortable. God Realm cultivator Chu Chengfang was the most carefree person. As though he was blessed, he sat down in front of a stone pillar and began to comprehend. Xiao Yang walked around leisurely and began to look for a stone pillar that he had some affinity with. After all, if he were to comprehend it step by step, it would be a waste of time. Moreover, it was hard to say how much time he had. The earlier he found it, the more relieved he would be. The others were also carefully choosing. Although it was extremely dark inside and they could not see their own fingers, this was nothing to King Wu, who was an 8th level cultivator. Now that they could see it clearly, they didn't have that kind of trouble at all. However, there were too many techniques here. There were at least 30 types. Therefore, it was difficult to choose. You did not know which technique was the best. If they were outside, they would definitely have to comprehend the inscriptions on the stone pillars. That was because there were very few of them. There was no choice. If there were too many of them, it would be a little dazzling and dizzying. Soon, Mo Yuan and Song Zhongling sat down one after another. They seemed to have found an opportunity that was suitable for them. After a while, Li Zheng, who had been hesitating for a long time, also made his choice. On the other hand, Xiao Yang and Gu Shun were pacing back and forth. It was as though the two of them had difficulty making a choice. For a moment, they did not know how to choose. Therefore, they seemed to be wandering around aimlessly. You haven't thought about it either? Gu Shun smiled and asked in a low voice when they met. Xiao Yang smiled calmly and said, "Aren't you the same? Our hearts are not here. Naturally, we feel that these things are not fated with us." Gu Shun laughed awkwardly. In Gu Shun's opinion, Xiao Yang was the same as him. Since they had come here, they had to choose the best. Otherwise, what was the point of coming here and taking the risk? As for those who were just muddling along, they would make do. I don't think so. But after hearing what you said, I have decided which one to choose, Xiao Yang said. He turned and walked to the smallest stone pillar and sat down. Immediately, Gu Shun was also speechless. This Xiao Yang didn't play his cards according to the rules. However, the thoughts of such a person were hard to fathom. He could be considered a formidable opponent. Soon after, Gu Shun casually sat down and sighed helplessly. He felt very helpless. His name was Gu Shun, which meant that his life would be smooth sailing. However, after entering the divine tomb, everything he had done had not gone smoothly. Therefore, this made Gu Shun very unhappy. As for the banter with Mo Yuan before, it was just to divert his attention. Xiao Yang sat in front of the stone pillar and quickly entered the state, using his heart to observe the words. Very soon, he saw that the words seemed to have come alive. They began to move around continuously, and they seemed to have a myriad of styles. The divine intent among them also began to surge into Xiao Yang's sea of consciousness continuously. The rest of the people also entered the state one after another and began to gain something. Gu Shun, who was sitting there, was still not successful. He was very upset. The divine intent seemed to have no fate with him. He didn't understand it at all. Gu Shun also couldn't figure it out. Could it be that he could only comprehend the top few great superpowers and couldn't understand these small techniques? In his frustration, Gu Shun gradually lost his interest. He tilted his head and glanced at the winner of the grand competition. It seemed that he had gained a lot, which made him feel even more upset. Soon after, Gushan walked out and paced back and forth outside. His eyes exuded a very sharp color, as if there was a lot of hatred, and he wanted to vent it out. Suddenly, he raised his hand and a powerful force formed continuously. There was even a vortex in his palm. After a long time, Gushan shook his head and suppressed the irritation in his heart. The power in his palm also quietly disappeared. In the dark belly of the mountain, every youth had gained something, but there were more or less differences. It was difficult to describe. There were too many opportunities in the belly of the mountain, but whether one could grasp them in one's hands completely depended on one's fate. It couldn't be forced. The divine intent inheritance could be said to be relatively harsh. After an unknown period of time, the entire cave suddenly trembled. It was as if a fierce battle had broken out somewhere, which caused such a violent earthquake. Immediately, the few of them immediately withdrew from their comprehension. However, after waiting for a long time, they didn't get to see the follow-up. It was unknown whether it was caused by a battle or an earthquake by chance. Soon after, they entered the state of comprehension again. This time, Xiaoyang's luck wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. He obtained all the divine intent recorded on the stone pillar. It was a sword manual, and the sword essence in it was very exquisite. However, it was a pity that the first half of the sword manual had been taken away. Xiaoyang obtained the second half of the nameless sword manual. Without a beginning, it was like a tree without roots. It wasn't reliable at all. Therefore, Xiaoyang could only integrate the sword essence in his sword moves and couldn't display it. This was considered neither good nor bad. However, he couldn't help but feel unhappy and uncomfortable. The tomb of the god of sin was like this. Everything depended on fate. Moreover, they didn't know how many people had come and taken away before. What they could find were only the leftovers of others. This was also a test of everyone's fate and luck. It could be said that this was also the reason why there were fewer and fewer top cultivators in the realm of the gods. The inheritance was intermittent. Chapter 1771. After Xiaoyang had completely absorbed the first half of the sword manual and comprehended it slightly, he stopped and walked out of this incomparably oppressive place. However, after walking out of the mountain, although the sky outside was a little brighter than inside, it was still very gloomy, and his mood couldn't be any more relaxed. However, it was still much better than the endless suppression. It was still much more relaxing. As for the divine intent, Xiaoyang was not in a hurry to digest it. Instead, he allowed it to swim around on its own. After all, he wanted to save these things so that when he got out of the tomb of the god of sin, he might be able to break through to the 9th rank. In fact, if he accumulated enough, he might even be able to take a few more steps. After taking a few steps, Xiaoyang saw the man who looked very different. He was sitting on the ground and tossing pebbles in boredom. He seemed very bored. Ever since he saw the ordinary-looking man, he could sense that he was somewhat depressed. It was as if there was a knot in his heart that could not be untied. As a result, his mentality changed a little, and he could not calm down to comprehend the opportunities. Everyone had their own path to take, so Xiaoyang did not have the time to care about others. Moreover, he still could not be sure whether the Greenly world was a friend or foe. Although they could be considered to be on the same path, people's hearts were sinister, so it was hard to say when things would change. Gushan seemed to have sensed the aura behind him as well. He stopped tossing pebbles and said, "Looks like you've gained quite a lot this time." "It's just a tree without roots." "It's not much," Xiaoyang said indifferently. As his back was facing him, he could not see what the man's expression was or what he was thinking. Xiaoyang did not mind. After all, there was no need for him to report his path too clearly to others. Moreover, he did not have a good impression of this person who was inexplicably hostile. "Actually, I've always wanted to fight you." Suddenly, Gushan's voice deepened and became much colder. Immediately, an aura was released without restraint, targeting the person behind him. It could be said that he did not hold back at all. It could be said that he had drawn his sword against the person behind him. Sensing the aura of the person in front of him, Xiaoyang immediately let out a cold snort and released his aura. Immediately, the two of them were at each other's throats, wrestling with each other. If you didn't have that saint-grade, medium-grade instrument, you wouldn't be a match for me. Gu Shun seemed to be unable to suppress his emotions and said with some resentment. For a moment, the surrounding death aura seemed to be disturbed by this tit-for-tat aura. It quickly retreated like a tide. Xiaoyang was unmoved. He laughed coldly. It was hard for him to imagine why this cultivator from the Greenly world was so confident. He actually still thinks that he's a match for me? If that was the case, how could there be no news about them during the large competition? Or could it be that their hibernation was just to achieve something they had no choice but to do? How much weaker do you think you are compared to Shenluo? Xiaoyang said indifferently. He was still as calm as ever. Gu Shun frowned slightly. He had never fought with Shenluo before. However, he was certain that he was not weaker than the other party. Perhaps I'm a little weaker than him, but I'll definitely win if we fight, Gu Shun said confidently without any hesitation. It could be said that Gu Shun was very confident. At the same time, his foundation was not bad. Throughout his cultivation journey, that person had been giving him pointers. Furthermore, he had fought no less than 1,000 battles. Compared to that young master who had never experienced a battle of life and death, he was much stronger. Although the person in front of him had never displayed his true strength, Xiaoyang was certain that his words were unavoidably arrogant. It's fine if you want to fight, but you have to think carefully. If both of us are injured, I'm afraid that the rest of our journey will be affected, Xiaoyang said indifferently. Gu Shun's hands clenched into fists. He seemed very unhappy. However, he still loosened his grip in the end. Everything had to be done for the sake of the big picture. If there was an internal strife now, it would really cause both of them to be injured in the end. It would really affect the big picture. Therefore, after enduring for so long, it could be said that it was useless to have a dispute over personal feelings at this time. Therefore, even though he was extremely unhappy in his heart, he could only endure it and not flare up. This made Gu Shun feel more and more uncomfortable in his heart. In fact, even his breathing had become a little heavy. With regards to these details, Xiaoyang was completely aware of them, and the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. This Gu Shun was really not simple. He was already on the verge of exploding, but unexpectedly, he was still able to hold it in. He was really amazing. This also made Xiaoyang feel a little amused. Gu Shun was originally so aggressive, but now he had become so subdued. When I have the chance, I'll definitely defeat you fair and square. I'll let everyone know that you're not the strongest among King Wu's rank 8. Gu Shun snorted coldly. After saying this, he felt a little better in his heart. Xiaoyang smiled but did not say anything. In his eyes, Gu Shun was just an arrogant person who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. How could he know the difference between them if he had not really fought? Sometimes, many people were just living in their own wishful thinking. Perhaps you were invincible in the same realm where you came from. However, in other places, it was probably not the case. Xiaoyang would not be angry with Gu Shun. However, he was very curious about how Gu Shun managed to suppress his anger. If a person suppressed himself too much, he would probably be plotting something big. That was why he was like this. The more tolerant a person was, the bigger their plot. However, Xiaoyang did not know what the Greenly world wanted. At least until now, he had not been able to find any clues. Therefore, he had been following them all this time and did not go out alone. He wanted to see what they were up to. Then we'll talk about it in the future, Xiaoyang said, and found a place to sit down. Immediately, he lay on the ground and looked at the gray clouds in the sky. He patted his stomach and said, Song Zhongling's prophets are really good. I really miss it now. Hearing this, Gu Shun laughed disdainfully. The chief was just S.O. Chapter 1772. Looking at the gluttonous chief, Gu Shun felt a lot better. At least in this aspect, he was still not as good as him. This seemed to be the point where they could distinguish who was the better one. Immediately, Gu Shun felt much better. He turned around and walked into the mountain, ready to try and see if he could find his own opportunity. When Xiaoyang was the only one left, his expression immediately changed. He no longer had the look of a drug addict from before. Instead, he had a cold look on his face. He had long noticed that Song Zhongling had poisoned him. He just wanted to know what this person's motive was, so he did not directly fall out with him. When it came to poisoning, Xiaoyang was like an ancestor. Therefore, he was also bold in this matter. He would let him do as he pleased. If he could not solve the antidote, he would lose. However, after such a long time, Xiaoyang had almost thought of how to make the antidote. He just did not have the time to refine it, so he did not do it. At the same time, Xiaoyang also discovered another piece of information. Chu Qingfang and Li Jing did not look like they were poisoned. They seemed to be invited normally. This gave Xiaoyang a headache. He couldn't understand it at all. However, Chu Qingfang and Li Jing's strength was not considered outstanding in this trip to the tomb of the god of sin. They were invited by the Greenly realm, which was really thought-provoking. He could not understand their intentions. Even though Xiaoyang was very knowledgeable and had seen a lot of evil people, the only thing he could do now was to be on his guard. He had to admit that the cultivators of the Greenly realm were really good at hiding their motives. It could be said that they were watertight. Therefore, he could not see any clues. Immediately, Xiaoyang threw this matter to the back of his mind. As long as Song Zhongling did not notice that something was wrong, there would be a day when their ambitions would be exposed. Moreover, Xiaoyang had thought it through. It was good to have a big tree under the shade. If Han Fenglu could open the way, it wouldn't be too bad. It was just that they didn't know what the driver was doing, which really gave them a headache. But after a short while, Xiaoyang abruptly stood up because he sensed an extremely powerful aura that was constantly approaching. Soon, he saw a man in green robes rushing over. He heaved a sigh of relief. The man in green was the #1 disciple of the Greenly realm, Han Fenglu. After waiting for so long, he was finally back. However, it also confirmed one thing, which was that the Greenly realm had some means to know where the other party was in the divine tomb. Immediately, Xiaoyang remembered the map on his waist. However, he didn't sense any divine sense left on it, so it shouldn't be a guiding object. Therefore, the only explanation was Mo Yuan's compass. After Han Fenglu saw Xiaoyang, he immediately landed. He saw the situation clearly at a glance. "Thank you for taking care of them all these days, Brother Xiao." Han Fenglu smiled faintly, and he cupped his fists in a very polite manner. Gentle and elegant, this was Han Fenglu's image. It was as if seeing him was like seeing a gentleman, like bathing in the spring breeze, very comfortable. Xiaoyang waved his hand and said, "We're just helping each other out. I'm afraid we'll have to trouble Brother Han from now on." Since Han Fenglu was back, they naturally couldn't be fooling around here. Han Fenglu smiled faintly, then snapped his fingers and continued chatting with Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang didn't ask how the conversation went, as if he didn't care much about it. But in his opinion, if he could find out, then he would find out sooner or later. After a while, Mo Yuan, Chu Qingfang, and the others also came out one after another. When Chu Qingfang and Li Zhang saw Han Fenglu, they also asked excitedly, wanting to know the result. Gu Shun, on the other hand, still didn't seem to have a smooth journey. "This time, I came back to tell you that I've already talked with Princess Mingzhu, and we've formed an alliance," Han Fenglu said with a smile. When these words came out, Chu Qingfang and Li Zheng's expressions immediately became more and more excited. With Princess Mingzhu leading them, they could even do whatever they wanted in the tomb of the gods. Who was Princess Mingzhu? She was in existence at the peak of the 9th rank. But first, I have to make it clear that the place Princess Mingzhu and I are going to is not small. But the enemy we're going to face is an existence whose strength surpasses the 9th rank. Han Fenglu said, and his tone became a lot more serious. Immediately, Chu Qingfang and Li Zheng also seemed a little surprised. An existence surpassing King Wu's 9th rank, could it be an opponent of that realm? If so, then wouldn't they be like moths to a flame, seeking their own deaths? Immediately, Li Zheng's heart was also somewhat shaken. But everyone, don't worry. As long as we work together to kill that dead spirit, everyone can go in and comprehend all the benefits. How much you get in the end still depends on your own luck. Han Fenglu thought for a while and added. Chu Qingfang hesitated for a moment and said, "No problem." In Chu Qingfang's view, dead spirits were dead spirits in the end, not real cultivators. And their Princess Mingzhu was invincible. Coupled with Han Fenglu and a group of 8th rank cultivators, it was not impossible to defeat them if they joined forces. The so-called wealth found in danger was like this. Li Zheng wanted to refuse, but the ghost emissary's figure was ordinary, and he said, "I'll go too." Immediately, Li Zheng himself was also very surprised. Could it be that this was his true intention, so he blurted it out? Now that he had said it, how could he go back on his words? Moreover, everyone was a reputable figure. If he went back on his words, he was afraid that he would not be able to raise his head in the future. Xiao Yang thought for a while and said, "Wealth found in danger. Who knows? Maybe this gamble will be an opportunity." At the same time, Xiao Yang also noticed a detail, and that was that Li Zheng's expression was very strange. Faintly, he felt that these two people were probably not as simple as being poisoned. It could even be said that he began to have other changes because of the poison attacking his mind. Very soon, Xiao Yang found out where the problem was, and his heart was instantly shocked. Immediately, it returned to normal. In that case, let's go and meet up with Princess Mingzhu now, Han Fenglu said. After speaking, Han Fenglu swept across everyone's faces and then flew into the distance. Previously, Han Fenglu had mentioned some details, but Xiao Yang hadn't heard a single word. He followed behind, and when he looked at Song Zhongling, who appeared simple and honest, the look in his eyes changed drastically. It was true that one could not judge a book by its cover. Song Zhongling looked honest, but he was incomparably cunning. Chapter 1773. Following behind the crowd, Xiao Yang was also muttering in his heart about what the Greenly realm wanted to do. However, he could not find any clues, so he could only be on his guard. Even if they had a great plan, he could still wait for them to reveal their true colors if he were to put himself in danger. Xiao Yang could also just walk away and turn a blind eye to these situations. Even if he wanted to leave, even Han Fenglu might not be able to stop him. He had the strength to do so. However, thinking that it was good to be under the shade of a big tree, and that there might really be a great opportunity, he could still fish for it if he followed. As for if there was really a dangerous situation, Xiao Yang did not have to worry. If the situation was not right, he could just turn around and leave, using a little poison to wear down his willpower, and relying on this to control his mind. They had really underestimated his ability. Of course, this was also something that the Greenly realm cultivators did not know. Besides the battle with Lei Dingtian, almost no one knew that Xiao Yang was best at poison. Even Lei Dingtian now felt that Xiao Yang had an extremely dangerous poison in his hands, and it was not his innate poison power. As they flew, some dead souls became restless, as if they wanted to find trouble with them. However, under the aura released by Han Fenglu, they fled at the sight of the wind and did not dare to appear and disturb them. Because Han Fenglu was present, Xiao Yang did not dare to release his consciousness wantonly, so he was very careful. If he was not careful, he might attract the attention of Han Fenglu, and if he was exposed, there would not be a good ending. However, Xiao Yang also clearly felt that there were dead souls following behind them. As for the specific number, he was not very sure. If he strengthened the consciousness he released, he was afraid that Han Fenglu would find out. Although he could evade them with words, it was inevitable that he would attract attention. At that time, it would not be so easy to escape secretly. All of a sudden, Xiaoyang also understood a problem, and in his haste he revealed some of the truth. The Whites' attack on Lu Qianshan was probably the doing of the Green Li Realm cultivators. As for the battle between Song Zhongling and the undead spirit, he suffered a great loss for a time because he was unable to do anything. Presumably that was also a ruse. He had grasped Xiaoyang's mentality that he would definitely help and made him take the bait. Then he would make good use of this mentality to make Xiaoyang fall for it. Their plan could be said to be closely linked, and there were no flaws to speak of. Then he let Song Zhongling use his own unique skill to deal with it. He was so meticulous that not a single drop of water could leak out. If it weren't for Xiaoyang's extraordinary poison skills and the fact that he had set up his defenses after eating the roasted meat for the first time, he would have fallen into the trap by now. He might have even been unable to extricate himself. He might have even been harmed by them without knowing. The Green Li Realm's plan could be said to be very good. It was just that they were one step off the board. There were still many things that they couldn't predict. Now, Xiaoyang could feel more and more how sinister the Green Li Realm's intentions were. It could even be said that it was impossible to guard against. It was still the same as before. They had worked so hard to set up this situation, so what was their goal? This point was really thought-provoking. At least until now, Xiaoyang still couldn't find an answer in his heart. As the saying goes, things will go straight when you get to the bridge. This was indeed the case, but some preparations still needed to be made. If he could find some clues, then he could follow the vine to the melon. From this, he could also understand their purpose and think of a way to break out of this situation. Now it seemed that the Green Li Realm was so low-key that it was almost ignored. It was likely that they had a plan from the beginning. They had big plans, which was why they came up with such a plan. They made everyone almost ignore them and then acted in secret. Han Fenglu and the other three hid it very well. It was almost impossible to see through them. If it weren't for Xiaoyang's natural advantage, which allowed him to sense that something wasn't right from the beginning and be vigilant, it would have been really difficult for him to discover where the trick was. Even so, Xiaoyang was still a little apprehensive. He also couldn't understand. What kind of trouble could they cause in the territory of the God Realm? But no one was a fool. If they didn't have a great deal of confidence, why would they do such a thing? In fact, their chances of winning were very high. If they were just relying on controlling people's hearts, then it was probably not enough to rely on just this point. Brother Xiao, what are you worried about? Han Fenglu noticed that this chief was a little absent-minded and had a lot on his mind, so she asked. As such, Xiaoyang had no choice but to put down his thoughts. He said a little awkwardly, I'm thinking about what kind of opportunity is waiting for me, and how powerful is the opponent that made so many of us form an alliance. Although Han Fenglu had previously said that it was an existence that surpassed King Wu's level 9, Princess Mingzhu was at the peak of level 9. In addition, Han Fenglu was at the peak of level 9. If it was difficult to fight against it, then its strength really couldn't be underestimated. It was even hard to imagine. Han Fenglu pondered for a while and said, Brother Xiao, you don't have to worry about this. Since we invited you, we naturally won't let you just watch. That dead spirit is indeed powerful. If we work together, we can still defeat it. In response, Xiaoyang only nodded in agreement. As for Han Fenglu, it was obviously just a one-sided statement. She didn't explain the matter clearly and only gave a rough idea. Li Zhang, who was a little behind, was also very unhappy. He felt more and more that there was something wrong with this matter. However, he couldn't tell what was wrong in a short period of time. However, a person was bound to be responsible for his words. Since he had said it, he had to carry it out. Soon, Xiaoyang saw a mountain peak that was almost towering into the clouds. That mountain peak could be said to be very unique. It looked like a sharp sword that stretched out from the ground and pierced into the heaven level. The peak couldn't be seen. Although there were quite a few hills and a few tall mountains in the divine tomb, they only looked uneven. There weren't any stunning and shocking existences. However, that mountain peak that seemed to pierce into the heaven level was truly unique. It could be said that it was extraordinary and abrupt. Most likely, that was their destination. Chapter 1774. The closer they got, the more they realized that there were many mountains around the peak. They were like stars that intersected with each other, forming a net. It was as if there were countless guards that protected the peak, preventing it from being violated in the slightest. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyang's heart could not help but be shocked. Presumably, the center of the divine tomb was right in front of them. It was a place that countless people dreamed of. There were the best opportunities there. Of course, the best opportunities were there. As for whether one had the ability to obtain them, that was another matter. Not to mention that there was a tomb keeper. Even if it was a dead spirit that was able to occupy that place, its strength was probably not to be underestimated. After breaking through all these obstacles, whether one was compatible with the opportunities and whether one could obtain them was still a big question. It was impossible to be sure. After seeing the mountain, Chu Qingfang and Li Zheng's eyes became much more heated. The gloominess from before was swept away. They did not care so much anymore. Now, all they were thinking about was how they would soar to the sky after obtaining the opportunity. They were very excited. As for the strong opponents, with Princess Mingzhu around, what problems could not be solved? It could be said that Princess Mingzhu was a legend in the God realm. Since she started cultivating, she had shown extraordinary talent. Now, she had reached the peak of the 9th level of Kingwu. She was only half a step away from that level. Even the current God Emperor, who could be said to be outstanding, was slower than Princess Mingzhu on the path of cultivation. In fact, he was inferior. Regarding this discussion, the God Emperor was not angry. Of course, he was proud of it. That was why the people of the God realm were convinced by the God Emperor's generosity and trusted the current Princess Mingzhu. They believed that one day she would lead the God realm back to the peak. At this moment, Han Fenglu's eyes became much more fervent. He was naturally clear about the opportunities hidden in the mountain. The Green Li world's thousands of years of exploration had led them to some conclusions. Now, everything was ready, and he, Han Fenglu, would ultimately become the ultimate beneficiary. It was as if a broader path had been laid out in front of him. As long as he took this step, even a more ambitious goal could be achieved. It was said that in the mountain, there was the inheritance of the greatest person in the God realm. If he could obtain it, it would be easy to jump out of the realm of Kingwu. In fact, it wasn't impossible for him to achieve even greater things. Everyone's thoughts were different. However, their goal was very similar. That was to become stronger, until they became the strongest. It was as if everyone's desire had been completely opened under the huge temptation. It was like a flood that broke out of the dam and could not be stopped. In the blink of an eye, Han Fenglu's footsteps unconsciously quickened. Not long after, they saw some people on top of a tall mountain. Very quickly, Xiaoyang's gaze was attracted by the white-clothed and veiled woman. She was like a pure white lotus flower, untouchable, holy, and inviolable. That unique temperament was even more intoxicating. Of course, the reason why Xiaoyang was attracted was very simple. It was because her aura was very strong. Her ability was unique in the tomb of the god of sin. She was the strongest. That was Princess Mingzhu, King Wu's peak rank 9. She made the geniuses of the same generation as her blush with shame. Soon after, Xiaoyang retracted his gaze. After landing, he began to look at these people. At a glance, he knew most of the people here. That was because they were all famous people in the God realm. It was difficult not to know them. The Shen Wushuang brothers in the God realm sat together and seemed to be discussing something. Beside them, there was a man who looked very handsome. It was Shen Jinyi, who had a conflict with Xiaoyang. Bai Jian and Li Chuni sat together, back to back. They did not speak and only looked at the dark sky gloomily. Their minds were preoccupied. The cultivators of the sun's snow realm did not descend. Luo Ku stood there like ice. Although he did not activate his spiritual qi, the the coldness was released directly. Beside Luo Ku, there was a man in white. His expression was cold, but his aura was restrained. Not a single bit leaked out. From this, it could be seen how terrifyingly powerful that person's cultivation was for him to possess such exquisite control. Xiaoyang had seen that person at the Jade Pool. He was one of the 4-rank 9 Almighties. This person was the number 1 genius of the Sun Snow Realm, Luo Rong. Luo Rong's pupils were even stranger. They were completely white and looked very strange. The Sun Snow Realm was like that. The whiter the pupils, the purer the bloodline. It was also the best sign of talent. It could be said that 3 of the 4 geniuses from the outside world had arrived, except for Lei Dingtian. Lei Dingyin had been poisoned because he insisted on fighting Xiaoyang. He had probably just suppressed the poison, but it was impossible for him to rush over. However, such a lineup was very terrifying. There were a total of 5 rank 9 Almighties, and Princess Mingzhu was at the peak. There were also many rank 8 Almighties. With such a lineup, no matter where, except for the God Realm, they would be able to do whatever they wanted. Luo Rong looked at the people from the Greenly Realm, and his expression changed slightly. He said, "Brother Han, other than Xiaoyang, the others don't seem to be very powerful." Once these words were spoken, Li Jiang and Chu Qingfang immediately felt very unhappy in their hearts, and even somewhat displeased. However, they could not refute Luo Rong, who was in the upper rank 9 realm. After all, that was how power was respected. If one's fist was big enough, then one had the right to speak. If not, then one had to keep quiet. Brother Luo, you are wrong. Although they are not as capable as Xiaoyang, they are still very powerful. They can form a formation. Han Fenglu was still very polite and said, Gu Shan was very unhappy, but he was not wrong. However, Mo Yuan and Song Zhongling did not care and just smiled calmly. Luo Ku looked at Xiaoyang and his expression changed. Back then, he was full of confidence and thought that he could become the champion. However, he was defeated in the end. Later on, someone followed suit and defeated him again. Chapter 1775. Such a lineup could not be considered weak. Almost all the elites of the younger generation were gathered here. Although there were still some people who were not here, these people together were still powerful enough and difficult to shake. If one really had to say, perhaps only Lei Dingtian, Xin Zhuang, and Jiang Feiyin were not here. However, they were unable to come due to some special reasons, so they could only miss the big picture this time. Soon, Xiaoyang noticed that the pure and holy princess Mingzhu's breathing was a little messy. Obviously, she had suffered a loss after the battle, which was why she was injured. In that case, it was thought-provoking. How powerful was her opponent that she could not fight back? Miscellaneous matters. Xiaoyang's heart also became much heavier because this matter was obviously not as simple as he thought it would be. In fact, it might even be an extremely difficult thing to achieve. In fact, it was very possible for someone to lose their life here. However, Xiaoyang was very confident that he had the ability to protect himself. As for what kind of changes would happen when the time came, it was hard to say. However, he was certain that the risk this time was very high. Perhaps the benefits would be no small matter. Therefore, he had to continue lying low and wait for the opportunity to come. Then he would firmly grasp it in his hands. Unrivaled God and Yang Sun, on the other hand, gave Xiaoyang a look. Xiaoyang nodded as well. He did not go over to talk to them, but he already understood what they were thinking. At the same time, Xiaoyang's eyes began to wander quickly because he wanted to see what the current situation was like. In fact, the situation here was very clear. The cultivators from different places were also grouped together and did not have much interaction with others. However, Chu Chengfang seemed to be an exception. Perhaps it was because he first chose to join the Greenly world to suppress, so he did not go over to Xin Wushuang's side. After looking for a long time, Xiaoyang still could not find traces of Ziying. He did not know where she went, so he did not come over. That was true. When they entered the divine tomb, they were separated. Whether they could meet up in the end was really up to fate and luck. It was normal that Ziying had not come. She was still immature, and no one knew where she was playing. Therefore, it was not a big deal that she did not show up. However, Zhang Feiyun, who had always said that he would come to this place, did not show up. It was unknown whether he had gotten lost or something else. When will Lei Dingtian arrive? Luo Rong suddenly asked. Since Han Fenglu from the Greenly realm had already arrived with her people, the only one left was Lei Dingtian from the Thousand Thunder realm. Moreover, among the three of them at the 9th stage, his strength was the most valiant. Of course, this was also due to the different environment of each place. Lei Dingtian would train his body with thunder and lightning whenever he was free. If he was around, he would be able to withstand a lot of attacks. Han Fenglu shook his head with a smile. Naturally, he didn't know about this either. Beside them, Bai Jian also kept his mouth shut. However, he kept looking at Xiaoyang, feeling very surprised. Now, Bai Jian hoped that Lei Dingtian would not come. Otherwise, it would be inevitable for both sides to fight when the time came. When that happened, the alliance, which was originally formed because of benefits, might fall apart. Brother Luo, don't be impatient. There's still a long time. Why don't we wait a little longer? Unrivaled God said patiently. Previously, Princess Mingzhu had already probed. The dead spirits in the mountain were extremely powerful. Without Lei Dingtian's strong support, it would be very difficult for them. Luo Rong, on the other hand, was a little uncomfortable. He sat on the ground, obviously very dissatisfied. Although they had not communicated when they were outside, they had a tacit understanding. Therefore, after entering the divine tomb, they had been observing the stone tablets along the way and came here. The purpose was to join forces and do something big. Now, with Princess Mingzhu taking the lead, Lei Dingtian had actually dropped the ball and was still nowhere to be seen. Could it be that he was not at all interested in the opportunity here? The more he thought about it, the angrier Luo Rong became. Could these fellows have some sense of time? Everyone did not say anything more. Instead, they sat where they were and rested. Everyone knew in their hearts that a big battle was inevitable. Therefore, it was better to conserve energy for now. After a while, Bai Jian felt a little bored. He walked over and sat down in front of Xiaoyang. He smiled and said, Since you're able to come here, it seems like you haven't met the one in the Thousand Thunder realm. In Bai Jian's opinion, if Xiaoyang had really met Lei Dingtian, he would have either left the divine tomb directly or crushed the sword intent that he had given him and rushed over to rescue him. However, none of these happened. It was obvious that he had not met Lei Dingtian. I met him, but I ran away quickly. He didn't catch me. Xiaoyang thought about it and said, if he told others that he and Lei Dingtian had fought to a draw and both of them ran away, no one would believe him. Therefore, it was not a big deal to say that. Hearing this, the corner of Bai Jian's mouth twitched slightly. Then he gave him a thumbs up. You ran really fast. It seems that Lei Dingtian is flustered and exasperated. He must be looking for you everywhere. That's why he hasn't come yet. Bai Jian snickered and said. As soon as he said this, many people's faces changed. Their eyes fell on Xiaoyang. They had heard about the feud between Xiaoyang, Bai Jian, and Lei Dingtian. If Lei Dingtian had really lost his mind and chased after Xiaoyang, who was already here, then he would have gained nothing. Beside him, Gu Shun frowned slightly. Suddenly, he glanced at Xiaoyang with a different expression. Suddenly, his eyebrows were full of doubts. He felt that it was impossible. How could it be Xiaoyang who injured Lei Dingtian? He was only at the 8th level. How could he be a match for Lei Dingtian, who was at the upper 9th level? However, Gu Shun could not get an answer at the moment. He was a little annoyed. Looking at Bai Jian's expression, Xiaoyang smiled indifferently. If Bai Jian knew that he had defeated Lei Dingtian, wouldn't his jaw drop to the ground and not be able to pick it up? However, these things were in the past. Now, Xiaoyang did not want to continue fighting with Lei Dingtian. The risk was too great. We're not waiting anymore," the woman in white suddenly said. Chapter 1776. As soon as he said that, many people's expressions changed slightly. Some were excited, thinking that they could finally show off their skills. Some were worried, thinking that without Lei Dingtian, their chances of success would be greatly reduced. There were even some who blamed Xiao Yang for this. They felt that if it were not for him, how could Lei Dingtian not come? However, it was a foregone conclusion now. Whether Lei Dingtian would come or not was still unknown. Therefore, it was meaningless to think too much about it now. However, some people were just like that in their hearts. They felt very unhappy and even instinctively attributed all the mistakes to someone else. "Mingzhu, this doesn't seem very safe," Unrivaled God said after hesitating for a while. From Unrivaled God's point of view, without Lei Dingtian, it was not safe at all. The difference in strength might even cause them to suffer a great loss. Therefore, under such circumstances, there was no harm in having a greater chance of success. Although Luo Rong was unhappy before, he immediately said, "Princess, this is indeed a little rash. Let's wait a little longer. After all, there is no spiritual energy here. If we are seriously injured, even if we defeat the dead spirit in the mountain, we might not be able to comprehend it. We can only leave with regret." Han Fenglu, on the other hand, smiled faintly. He didn't express his attitude. However, he was certain that Lei Dingtian would not be able to come here now. Even if he continued to wait, there was no point in it. Bai Jian did not care. In his opinion, it was best that Lei Dingtian did not come. Otherwise, he would have to guard against being stabbed in the back during the battle. That would be too painful. It could be said that those who had the right to speak here had to be at least rank 9. Those below rank 9 could only listen to their orders. Xiao Yang was also very clear about this, so he didn't say anything about it. Now he wanted to see what kind of tricks these people had up their sleeves. Everyone's time is limited. Since he's not fated to be here, why force it? Princess Mingzhu said faintly, her tone extremely cold. Immediately, Unrivaled God smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was very upset. However, he knew very well that this princess's reiteration showed that her attitude was very firm. There was no room for disobedience. Princess Mingzhu had always been like that. She meant what she said. Luo Rong seemed to be aware of this as well, so he kept his mouth shut and could only sigh silently. At the same time, he knew very well that because of the absence of Lei Dingtian, it was inevitable that there would be more injuries on his body. As for dying here, Luo Rong had never thought about it. Of course, in his opinion, this was also an impossible thing. This Princess Mingzhu had the means to reach the heavens. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't want to be injured too severely, she could have taken all the opportunities for herself. However, the price he had to pay for that was not small. He might even end up benefiting someone else. Therefore, it was the safest thing for them to do now. If they could all get a share of the loot, they wouldn't lose too much. Princess Mingzhu then glanced at Unrivaled God. Unrivaled God understood what she meant. He stood up and said, "Let's talk about the situation on Heaven Peak Mountain first. There's a dead spirit inside. It's extremely powerful. I think it must be a heroic spirit left behind from ancient times. Although it's not as powerful as it used to be, it's still above King Wu's level. As for that level, it's still not quite there yet." As soon as he said that, many people could not help but gasp. Even if it was still not quite there yet, it was still above King Wu's level after all. Outside, there are 2 cultivators who entered the tomb of the god of Sin 1,000 years ago. They wanted to obtain the opportunities inside, but in the end they betrayed their original intentions and became tomb keepers. Their abilities are not to be underestimated. They were already rank 9 powerhouses before they entered the tomb of the god of Sin. However, they've cultivated here for 1,000 years and accepted the death energy. They've taken advantage of the right time and place. They're comparable to peak rank 9 powerhouses, Unrivaled God said, shaking his head helplessly. This was also the reason why he had waited until Lei Dingtian arrived before coming. The two tomb keepers could defeat Princess Mingzhu. As for the estimation of the dead spirit inside, it was only a guess. It was not accurate. They only had Princess Mingzhu, but the other party's lineup was too powerful. This made Li Zheng feel very surprised in his heart. At the same time, he could not suppress the urge to retreat. However, he did not dare to retreat in front of so many people. Otherwise, the reputation of the Tianhe realm would be completely lost by him. Our idea is very simple. Mingzhu, Brother Luo, and Brother Han will use the tripartite formation to deal with the dead spirit hiding in Heaven Peak Mountain, Unrivaled God said. Although Luo Rong was a little worried, he still nodded slightly, indicating that he could accept this arrangement. As for Han Fenglu, she agreed without hesitation. Bai Jian and I will each lead 5 rank, 8 cultivators. The 5 of them will form the 5 elements formation to suppress the tomb keepers. We'll find an opportunity to kill them. No matter which side wins first, we'll have to help the other side. If we can kill both tomb keepers, we'll create the 12 heavenly stems and help Mingzhu and the others kill the dead spirit on Heaven Peak Mountain, Unrivaled God said. As soon as he said this, the morale of the people was lifted. Many people did not have much confidence before. However, if there was a formation and they could work together well, the situation would be different. After all, the dead spirit and tomb keepers were existences without spiritual intelligence. Therefore, although they had advantages, they also had very clear weaknesses. As long as they were used well, they could be defeated. Xiao Yang smiled faintly when he heard this. He did not care. However, such an arrangement could be said to be within the norm and very reasonable. However, such a disciplined approach required steady progress. If there was a problem with one of the links, it would lead to a complete collapse. Of course, even if they were defeated, it would not be a total defeat. At this moment, Princess Mingzhu also stood up and said, "Everyone is well aware of who the 2 tomb keepers are. Since they've chosen their own path, they can't be considered our comrades. Even if it's for old time's sake, killing them is the right thing to do. Otherwise, they'll be doomed forever." Chapter 1777. Everyone present was well aware that once one became a dead spirit or a tomb keeper, one would be assimilated by this world. Although one would obtain eternal life, one would also lose the great path completely and lose one's conscience. If one's God's soul was infected, there would naturally be no reincarnation. It would be better for one's soul to be destroyed than to suffer endless loneliness. Although they were not fish, those people did not know their current situation at all. That was why they were enjoying themselves without realizing it. As for the 5 elements formation and the 12 heavenly stems formation, it could be said that every cultivator had learned them before. However, Unrivaled God seemed to be a little worried about this as well. To be safe, he asked a few more questions to find out who did not know how to do it, so that they would not be implicated if something went wrong. Fortunately, everyone knew how to stand and set up the formation, so they did not continue to nag. Princess Mingzhu stood at the forefront, her brows furrowed slightly as she stared at the zenith mountain that soared into the sky. She could sense that there was a very powerful aura inside. Although the other party hid it well, it could not escape her senses and eyes. Although she could not be sure how powerful the other party was, and whether the tripartite formation formed by the 3 of them would be effective, it was really hard to say. However, she was extremely determined and confident. It could be said that she was determined to obtain the item in the heaven-top mountain. Luo Rong's expression turned much colder. He also knew how intense and difficult the battle this time would be, so he had taken a few pills in advance to prevent any accidents from happening. Each and every one of them was now full of energy, and it could be said that they were ready to go. They had been waiting here for a long time, coveting the opportunity inside the Zenith Mountain. Therefore, they could not wait to charge in, hoping to obtain the benefits inside. At this moment, Unrivaled God saw that they were in high spirits, so his gaze fell on Bai Jian. He said with a smile, Brother Bai, you should pick first. Since Bai Jian was a guest, unrivaled God naturally had to be polite. In his opinion, with the help of the 5 elements formation, it was not impossible for him to compete with one of the tomb keepers. Although it might be a little strenuous, it was not a big deal. As for why he didn't let Princess Mingzhu and the others kill the 2 tomb keepers first, it was very simple. If they wanted to reap the benefits, they naturally had to put in effort. Moreover, the 3 of them also needed to conserve their energy. Killing the 2 tomb keepers would consume a lot of energy. At that time, he would not be able to deal with the monster on the Zenith Mountain. Bai Jian glanced at them and said bluntly, "Everything else is fine. I want Xiaoyang and Li Chuanyi. The others are fine." From Bai Jian's point of view, the 5 elements array formation could choose anyone. However, with Xiaoyang's help, things would be different. Xiaoyang was very powerful, and he would be a great help. Even though Bai Jian had already stepped into King Wu Stage 9, he did not dare to underestimate Xiaoyang, who was still at Stage 8. It was just like when they had killed Tian Bunu and the 7 Thunder Heroes. At that time, Bai Jian was also 1 level higher than Xiaoyang. Unrivaled God smiled faintly. He did not expect this guy to be so good at picking people. He had directly picked the champion and the most outstanding person in the grand competition. Unrivaled God glanced at them and said, "In that case, since the 3 from the Greenly world are fellow disciples, I'm sure their teamwork won't be bad. They'll be yours too. I only hope that Brother Bai can finish the battle soon so that you can come and help me." "Of course, that's not a problem. We share honor and disgrace," Bai Jian said with a smile. He was not so cunning. Unrivaled God nodded. He was quite impressed with Bai Jian, who was known as Jade Face. Although this person was sharp, he was also as straightforward as a sword most of the time. There was nothing to be coy about. After the 10 of them were divided, they went their own ways and gathered together. Unrivaled God glanced at the high and mighty Princess Mingzhu. He sighed helplessly and quickly walked away. Right now, Unrivaled God could only hope that everything was not as bad as it seemed. Otherwise, they would really be walking on the edge of a blade. If they were not careful, they might fall and be smashed to pieces. Bai Jian still looked indifferent. He grabbed Xiaoyang's shoulder and asked softly, "How many of those power-up pills do you have left?" Bai Jian was very clear about this matter. That strange pill was extremely powerful. Although Bai Jian was already at rank 9, he was only at the beginning. However, if he could take one of those pills, he would immediately enter Great Achievement. By then, Bai Jian's ability would also be greatly improved. By then, with the help of the 5 elements formation, it would not be impossible for him to take down a peak rank 9 powerhouse. "There's not much left," Xiaoyang said helplessly. That was indeed the case. Although he was fully prepared when he was in the flowing cloud realm, he had used up a lot of them along the way. However, Xiaoyang still took one out and gave it to Bai Jian. "That's very kind of you," Bai Jian said happily as he accepted it with a smile. Bai Jian knew very well that as long as Xiaoyang had it, he would not be stingy. Immediately, Xiaoyang took out another pill and tossed it to Unrivaled God. Although Unrivaled God did not look back, he caught it casually and held it in his hand. He thanked Bai Jian. Unrivaled God had experienced the power of the power-up pill. He was even sure that it would have some effect when one was at beginner rank 9. It could be raised to Great Achievement. However, it would be a little difficult to raise it to peak achievement after Great Achievement. With such a precious pill, Shen Wushuang's confidence was greatly boosted, and his chances of winning were much higher as well. He even felt that if it was necessary, he should end the battle quickly and form the 12 Heavenly Stems formation without suffering any losses. He might even be able to pay a small price to restrain the undead spirits. At this moment, Princess Mingzhu was already hovering between heaven and earth, holding a sword in her hand. The sword was snow-white and constantly emitted a pure white light. It was so dazzling that it was almost blinding. Then she slashed down. Suddenly, a majestic, domineering, and sharp sword aura poured out like a river and slashed directly at the towering Heaven Peak Mountain. Chapter 1778. When the sword was unleashed, a majestic sword shot up into the sky. It was so powerful that it seemed as if the Tianding Mountain would be split apart by the sword. Immediately, everyone's eyes were focused on the sword. Everyone's hearts were filled with astonishment. Princess Mingzhu lived up to her name. The power of her sword was so terrifying. In an instant, the deathly aura retreated. The dark world became as bright as day under the light of the sword. It was so powerful that it was invincible. "You little brat, how dare you!" All of a sudden, a loud shout rang out. Immediately, a large amount of black fog was emitted from the Heaven Peak Mountain. It was the deathly aura. In an instant, it seemed to have materialized and rushed towards the invincible sword aura. The deathly aura was absorbing the aura around it. It was as if the heavens and earth were working together. In an instant, it formed an indestructible shield. Boom! When the sword hit the black shield, the shield shattered. However, the sword aura was exhausted. The Tianding Mountain seemed to be affected. It started to shake violently as if it was about to collapse. Very quickly, a cluster of black mist rose up. It was extremely large, and the lingering death aura could be said to be as black as ink. It was clear how frighteningly pure it was. Princess Mingzhu turned a deaf ear to the voice that came from the black fog. She held her sword and charged over without any hesitation. Since she had already decided to make a move, she naturally couldn't be sloppy. At this moment, Han Fenglu and Luo Rong looked at each other and smiled. However, they were helpless. This woman, who had a good reputation and was usually gentle, was like a different person here. Her attacks were domineering and unreasonable. However, they didn't hesitate. They immediately flew out and stood in different positions. With a raise of their hands, they formed a tripartite formation. This was the tacit understanding between geniuses. They could understand each other's intentions with just a look. Princess Mingzhu was the sky. She was in charge of killing. Luo Rong from the sun-snow world was the earth. He used a mysterious technique to restrict the movement of the dead spirit. On the other hand, Han Fenglu from the Greenly realm was in the human position. He came to their aid and prevented any accidents from happening. Haha, you 3 little dolls have some skills, but do you think you can take me down with just this? All of you are dreaming. Arrogant voices continued to be emitted from within the black fog. Princess Mingzhu did not waste any words. What she replied to the undead spirit was merely a sword strike. On the ground, Unrivaled God led the 5 of them and charged over quickly, stopping a gravekeeper who was trying to help. The gravekeeper was unable to help at all. When the other tomb keeper saw another group of people rushing over, he understood that he was not in a hurry to go over. First, he had to crush these ants that didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. That was the proper thing to do. As for the 3 people above, although they had some skills, how could they be a match for Master? Qin-ju, don't be playful. Let's kill them as soon as possible, a tomb keeper said with a cold tone that was filled with killing intent. The other tomb keeper sneered and said, it's not easy for a stranger to come in and snatch our opportunity. If we don't have some fun, how can we be carefree? As soon as these words were spoken, the tall undead helplessly shook his head. The 2 of them had come here together with the intention of snatching the opportunity here. However, they could not defeat the undead spirit. Yet, they wanted to learn the supreme techniques inside, so they sold their souls and eventually became tomb keepers. Xiao Yang glanced over and saw the opponent they had to deal with. The tomb keeper was dressed in black. It seemed that the color had faded and was gray due to the passage of time. However, he could see that the man's entire body was surrounded by death energy. His soul must have been invaded, which was why he was like this. Moreover, his cultivation base was stronger than before he came in. This meant that he had cultivated the undead's techniques, which was why he was like this. Xiaoyang had saved Jifei before, so he was very experienced in this. However, he could sense that these two tomb keepers were different from Jifei. Jifei's actions were all subconscious because he had frozen his divine consciousness. On the other hand, the one in front of him seemed to be completely conscious. He seemed to be actively attracting death energy and then surviving with each other. However, that person's skin and flesh were emitting a black aura. His skin did not have the slightest trace of blood. It was extremely withered, just like a dried corpse. Qin Ju was in the top 3 of the younger generation in the god realm 1,000 years ago. It's been rumored that he became a tomb keeper in the tomb of the god of sin. I didn't expect it to be true, Bai Jian said, his tone becoming much more serious. At the same time, he knew very well that this top 3 from 1,000 years ago had cultivated for 1,000 years. His ability should not be underestimated. Therefore, he also wanted to remind his companion not to let their guard down. Ha! I didn't expect anyone to remember my glorious past. How rare, Qin Ju said with a smile. On the other side, Shen Wushuang had already started fighting with the other tomb keeper. Shen Wushuang held a golden spear with both hands and stood in a circle with the tomb keeper. The 5 elements formation formed by Yang Sun began to suppress the tomb keeper. However, they soon realized that in this place where there was no spiritual power and only death energy, the power of the formation they used was also limited to a certain extent. Activate the formation! Bai Jian shouted in a low voice. With a casual grab, a sharp sword appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Qin Ju's eyes became much brighter. He said, I didn't expect you to be a heavenly sword realm cultivator. How rare! I wonder if your sword is as powerful as Wu Ming's. Bai Jian was suddenly a little dazed. Of course, he knew the name Wu Ming very well. His mentor was none other than Wu Ming. He had heard his mentor say before that Qin Ju did not have any obvious characteristics. But on the contrary, he had too many unique characteristics. This was a very awkward phrase, making it difficult for people to understand. However, it was also very easy to understand. That was, he had learned a lot. Although he had not reached the peak, he was still profound. If one encountered such a person, he would be the most difficult to deal with. Back then, many people thought that if Qin Ju could concentrate on cultivating a skill, then he would naturally be able to move forward with ease. Qin Ju allowed the 5 of them to take their positions, one after another. He did not care. It seemed that, in his opinion, the 6 of them could not do anything to him even if they worked together. Chapter 1779. Qin Ju's face was lifeless, so no one could see his expression. However, his eyes inadvertently revealed a trace of sharpness as he stared at Bai Jian. He was also very clear that if these 6 people could pose a threat to him, then only this Heaven Sword Realm cultivator would be able to do so. The swords of the Sky Sword Realm had always been relatively sharp. Qin Ju had already experienced this 1,000 years ago. Even now, when facing a genius of the younger generation, he did not dare to completely ignore him. After all, the swords of the Sky Sword Realm were sometimes unimaginably sharp. In the past, there were also some people who were arrogant, but they were killed by a Sky Sword Realm cultivator with a single sword strike. Qin Ju's hand also slowly stretched out from his sleeve. At the same time, he looked at Bai Jian with interest. His extremely withered hand looked like it was wrapped in skin and flesh. It could be said to be extremely withered, making people feel a little sorry for him. This was the aftereffect caused by the aura of death. The bloodline in one's body would slowly be devoured. In the end, what supported their survival would no longer be the power of their bloodline, but the aura of death. The thick aura of death would replace the previous bloodline. At the same time, Xiaoyang also took out a sharp sword. It was the Thunderfire Divine Sword. Suddenly, a scorching and destructive aura rushed over. Qin Ju's expression could not help but change slightly. He turned his head to look. When he saw the divine sword, His eyes suddenly became a little more heated. I didn't expect that you, kid, are not from the divine realm, but you can still wield the Thunderfire divine sword. It seems that your status is not bad, Qin-ju said, looking a little dissatisfied. Back then, he could be considered a once-in-a-millennium occurrence, but this Thunderfire divine sword had never fallen into his hands. In fact, even the others had not been able to obtain it. He did not expect that it would fall into the hands of an outsider. For a moment, how could he calm down? Xiao Yang did not answer him. Instead, he stood in the fire position. With the convenience of the Thunderfire divine sword, he could do so. Li Chunyi's sword was the sharpest among the 5 of them, so he also occupied the gold position. The 3 from the Greenly realm took up positions of wood, water, and earth respectively, surrounding Qin-ju. Immediately, the 5 of them activated the spiritual energy in their bodies at the same time. Immediately, the 5 elements array was activated. Immediately, rays of strange light flashed out continuously. The surrounding deathly aura also retreated one after another, as if it was threatened by something. At this time, Qin-ju just sneered. Although she hadn't been able to obtain the Thunder Fire Divine sword 1,000 years ago, so what? Now that he had learned a more profound technique, his strength had become much stronger than before. So, why did he have to use the previous incident to disturb his emotions? Xiao Yang held his sword as he looked at this expert from the previous generation. He was also wondering if he could help him. However, he quickly rejected this idea. Ji Fei was forced to do so, and he even used a secret technique to protect his spirit. That was why he had the opportunity to escape the death qi. On the other hand, Qin-ju had obviously accepted it himself. Now, his divine soul was probably completely entangled with the death qi, so it was impossible to separate it. Therefore, there was only one choice, and that was to kill him and turn him into ashes. Bai Jian seemed to have sensed his companion's thoughts. With a low shout, the sword also bloomed with countless sword lights, appearing very dazzling and sharp. It was as if nothing could stop the edge of the sword. Everything would be cut apart. After Qin-ju felt the sharpness of the sword light, she snorted coldly and directly rushed towards Bai Jian. It was just a 5 elements array that was restricted by this world. What was there to be afraid of? On the other hand, this Heaven Sword Realm cultivator might really be able to break through his defense, so he had to defeat him first. When the time came, he could slowly play with him. Qin-ju was worthy of being in existence at the peak of the 9th rank. Her speed could be said to be as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of Bai Jian and punched down. This punch looked ordinary, but in reality the strength was extraordinary. Under this punch, even a mountain might directly collapse. Bai Jian was also shocked. He didn't expect Qin-ju's speed to be so fast. Immediately, Bai Jian also showed his genius demeanor. With a low shout, sword qi surged out from his body, forming a sword barrier in an instant to protect him. However, Qin-ju's punch still fell without the slightest hesitation. Immediately, rumbling sounds continued to ring out. Under Qin-ju's fist, the sword barrier was like paper and quickly shattered. It couldn't resist such a powerful power at all. For a time, the death qi also began to spread. It seemed to have sensed the strength of its companion, so it became somewhat unscrupulous. Seeing this, everyone didn't dare to be careless. Under the circulation of their qi, they gave the general momentum to Li Chunyi. The sword was unsheathed and directly slashed towards Qin-ju's head. At this time, the sword in Bai Jian's hand also went from bottom to top, diagonally stabbing towards Qin-ju's heart, wanting to show off his strength first. Seeing this, Qin-ju snorted coldly, immediately retreated, turned around and slapped down. The sword intent that Li Chunyi slashed out was like a goose feather that was directly slapped down, light as a feather. With a rumble, the sword qi smashed into the ground, and a hole was immediately cut out. Although the sword didn't succeed, The thick and sharp sword qi surged out and charged towards the withered man. Qin Ju didn't even look back as he pounced towards Li Chuanyi, another Heaven Sword Realm disciple. But he had to pick the soft persimmon. Therefore, he had to crush the soft persimmon now. Seeing the other party charging towards him, Li Chuanyi's mind was immediately shaken, but he was pulled by the qi and immediately dodged to the side. The reason why Qin Ju wanted to target Li Chuanyi was very simple. When he slapped out just now, his palm was actually cut by the sword qi. Therefore, he felt that he needed to erase an accident. In this way, it would be much easier to break the 5 elements formation. This time, the formation was affected, and Qin Ju was no longer facing the somewhat rash Li Chuanyi, but the Thunderfire Divine Sword that was holding a mid-grade saint-level magic artifact. Immediately, the Divine Sword's flames flourished. It could be said to be extremely fierce, and the pure sword qi could not be suppressed. When he was only 3 feet away, Qin Ju suddenly soared into the sky and stopped attacking. However, the sword qi that followed behind Qin Ju was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. Its target was no longer the withered man, but the youth with the divine sword. Immediately, Xiao Yang's expression changed drastically. With a low shout, he waved his sword and countless sword qi shot out. Chapter 1780. Countless flames turned into sword qi and surged out, greeting the sharp sword qi, wanting to block it. Before this, there was also earth that rose from the ground, forming a natural moat that blocked the sword qi. However, the sword qi could be said to be indestructible. It directly pierced through the earth wall and collided with the flaming sword qi. Even though Xiao Yang's sword was also extraordinarily powerful, it was still lacking compared to the incomparably sharp Bai Jian. If he had not blocked it with his will, it would not have been as simple as a few sword scars on his body. Xiao Yang turned around and nodded slightly at Mo Yuan and Song Zhongling to express his gratitude. Just now, the 2 people in the earth and wood positions had also immediately put up a defense. It was a pity that they were in a hurry and could not have much of an effect. However, their intentions were ultimately good. Looking at Qin Ju again, although he was besieged by 6 people, he still had a relaxed appearance. He had not even made a move yet, but he had already played these 6 people in circles. This made him a little happy and very satisfied. Such an outcome was indeed carefree. So Qin Ju also laughed out loud. He was very happy. Bai Jian's gaze became even sharper. He looked at Qin Ju, who was floating in the air, and his heart was filled with resentment. This fellow was indeed as his master had said. He looked like a modeled, miscellaneous knowledge, but most of it was at the master level, so he was slippery and difficult to deal with. In fact, he would even be played by him. Now, Bai Jian was also a little hesitant. He felt that he should take an explosive pill at this time. Only by forcefully increasing his realm and strength could he restrict his opponent. However, Bai Jian knew very well that if he used the explosive pill now, even if he won against Qin Ju, when the time came to set up the 12 heavenly stems formation, he would probably be unable to continue. Look, you're too stupid. You can't even coordinate with the simplest 5 elements formation. The flow of qi is a problem, and you're restricting yourself instead. You still want to deal with me? Don't you think this is ridiculous? Qin Ju still looked relaxed as he said with a smile. Obviously, Qin Ju was very playful, so he was not in a hurry. Li Chuanyi also felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He had occupied the gold position and was originally in charge of killing. However, his strength was clearly not enough. Even with the help of 4 people, it was difficult to hurt Qin Ju. Therefore, he felt a little guilty. However, because he only cultivated the sword, he could only stand in the gold position. The other positions were even more dangerous, and he was unable to display his full strength. Bai Jian smiled faintly and said, "No matter what, you have lived for 1,000 years longer than me. However, I feel that you have lived long enough." Haha, he really has the same temper as Wu Ming. However, the current Wu Ming was probably already on the verge of death, right? However, I obtained eternal life." As Chinju spoke, she also laughed loudly. Bai Jian did not answer, but his brows furrowed. It was not an exaggeration to say that the current Chinju was hopeless. These were not questions that Bai Jian needed to think about, so his gaze and attention were completely focused on Chinju, the tombkeeper, because he had the most reliable friend of life and death behind him. He felt that he could move forward without hesitation. Immediately, Bai Jian let out a low shout, and the sword in his hand let out a low hum. Obviously, it felt its master's state of mind and was eager to try. Immediately, Qin Ju's expression became much more serious, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He wanted to see how capable this little guy was. Although they were both in the 9th rank, the gap between them was not ordinary. The difference between the 3 small realms of the 9th rank was already like the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, one of them was the beginning, and the other was the end. When Bai Jian opened his eyes again, a sharp aura was even more difficult to conceal. Immediately, his white sword was like a sharp sword, showing off its sharpness and unparalleled. Originally, Chinju looked a little sloppy and wanted to have fun, but his expression changed. This pure and sharp sword intent seemed to be even stronger than Wu Ming's from 1,000 years ago. The jade-faced Bai Jian could be said to be in high spirits now, and the sword qi emitted by the sword in his hand was like a needle. Although he did not deliberately target anyone, it made everyone feel uneasy. In the next moment, Bai Jian let out a low shout and slashed out with his sword. This sword was very plain and did not have the slightest bit of fancy. It was just a sword qi that swept out. The sword qi looked very small and did not have any domineering aura or tyrannical momentum, but its sharpness was unbelievable. Wherever the sword qi passed, even the space where it was cut open. It was terrifying. At the same time, Mo Yuan also moved. Countless vines grew out of the ground as if he wanted to entangle Chinju and make him obediently stretch out his neck to be killed. There were also many layers of soil that were constantly rising as if they wanted to form a cage to trap him. Chinju did not even look at the power emitted by the 5 elements formation. His hands turned into palms and slapped down separately. Immediately, the bulging soil layer collapsed, and the vines also shattered with a bang, turning into fragments that fell down, unable to regenerate. Song Zhongling could not help but swallow his saliva subconsciously. Was this the strength of a peak 9th stage expert? His strength was so terrifying. From the beginning to the end, Qin Ju had been looking at the sword qi. He let out a low shout and seemed to be unwilling to admit defeat as he punched down. Suddenly, the sword qi was forcibly scattered by this punch. The peak of rank 9 was so domineering. However, although Qin Ju's punch was domineering, he was still injured. His fist was covered with sword marks, especially deep in the wound, where his bones could be seen. Wisps of death qi were constantly spreading out from the wound, so the bones that could be seen were also black. There was no blood flowing out at all. Instead, black death qi was constantly gushing out. It could be seen that his entire body had been corroded by the death qi. Bai Jian also swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He did not expect that this death qi could actually change a person's physique. It was really terrifying. Bai Jian naturally knew how sharp his sword qi was. However, it was somewhat unexpected that it didn't cut his opponent's fist in half. There was only one explanation for this, and that was that his opponent's body was strong enough. Without a bloodline, it seemed that he did not even know pain. Qin Ju did not even frown. He raised his fist and looked at the wound, looking very puzzled. Chapter 1781. High up in the sky, it could be said that there were endless saber lights and sword shadows. The woman in white, who looked incomparably holy and inviolable, held a sharp sword in her hand. Her brows also revealed a determined expression. The sharp sword in her hand was filled with sword qi. Although it was like a fairy dancing in the air, its lethality was undeniable. The green-robed man, who was slightly below, held a very ordinary-looking jade bamboo cane in his hand. He still had a cultured and elegant appearance. It was as if even in the face of a life-and-death battle, even if the slightest carelessness would result in eternal damnation, he was still calm and composed, without the slightest bit of nervousness or fear. However, in the next moment, the bamboo cane in his hand emitted a faint green halo. It looked very gentle, as if it did not have any lethality. However, there was a hidden killing intent within. That bit of light was enough to cause King Wu's cultivators below the 7th step to explode to death. Below him, there was a man with a cold expression. Beneath his feet was a piece of black ice. It could be said that he was frozen in the void. One could imagine how powerful his methods were. This was also the unique skill of the Sun-Snow Realm cultivators, the 1,000 miles of black ice. It had even integrated the mysteries of formations into it, allowing one to be in the most advantageous environment. In this way, one would have the advantage against the enemy, and in their own world, how could they lose? Luo Rong stood in the center of the row of black ice. In front of him was a sword forged from black ice. On the blade of the sword, there were strands of chilling intent constantly invading. The death aura around him was frozen and turned into a mist. It was clear how profound his cultivation was. Under the 3-colored formation, they had indeed gained some advantages. For example, the tyrannical undead spirit had been forced out of its body by them, revealing its soul form. However, they had also paid a price, and the number of wounds on their bodies had increased by a lot. Moreover, they were well aware that this was only the beginning. The advantage they had on the surface was really nothing. You guys are indeed not bad. You were actually able to force me to abandon those burdens. The soul stroked his beard and said with a smile. The 3 of them ignored him and continued to accumulate their strength, preparing for the next attack. The old man didn't get angry when he saw this. Instead, he smiled and said, "You guys are indeed good seedlings. I'll give you guys a chance to become my disciples. When the time comes, I will impart all the treasures in the mountain to you." Princess Mingzhu turned a deaf ear to him, and the sword qi in her hand became even stronger. If I were to become your disciple, would I end up like Qinju and Suyang? In the end, he would end up neither a human nor a ghost, and it would be difficult for him to step out of the divine tomb for the rest of his life. Such a grand Tao and fortuitous encounter that remained stagnant was like an abyss. Even if one obtained it, what benefit would there be? Even without the opportunity in the mountain, they could still make progress by relying on their own talent and hard work. What they were striving for was to go further, not to destroy their own great wall for the so-called monstrous opportunity in front of them. If you guys insist on going your own way, I don't mind shattering your bodies. When the time comes, I'll extract your souls and train them well. As the old man spoke, his eyes suddenly became much more sinister. The killing intent seemed to be even more difficult to conceal. It was as if it was real invading one's body. The chill was even colder than Luo Rong's mysterious ice. The answer to the old man was a sword light. It was even more violent and powerful than before. Seeing this, the old man let out a low roar. Immediately, the death qi in his body was released continuously. With a wave of his hand, it formed a sword qi and directly collided with it. Since you guys are courting death, then don't blame me for not cherishing you good seedlings. As the old man spoke, he let out a low roar, and his hands began to quickly form a seal. In an instant, countless black clouds gathered at an extremely fast speed, as if they were being pulled by something. At this time, Luo Rong and Han Fenglu also activated their magic weapons and launched another attack. Since they were going to fight, how could they not go all out? Since there was a great opportunity in the mountain, naturally they had to fight for it. They wanted to obtain it fair and square. They did not want to grovel and eventually become grave keepers who were neither human nor ghost. The battle in the sky was very intense. The battle below was also in full swing. Unrivaled god Led Yong Sun and the other 4 to fight against Su Yang. Although it was a little difficult for them in the beginning, and they were even finding it difficult to resist now, they gradually became familiar with their opponent's attacks and could barely hold on. At the same time, Unrivaled God was also very vigilant. His emotions were in turmoil as he kept thinking about how he should defeat this genius from 1,000 years ago. Su Yang was not as easy to talk to as Qin Ju. He did not even waste any time and attacked with a killer move. Currently, Unrivaled God and the others were more or less injured. Unrivaled God, who was the main attacker, was the most tragic. One of his ribs was even broken. It was clear how strong this person was. What was more fatal was that this person seemed to have become a gravekeeper. He did not know what pain was at all. Not only that, his body had become extremely strong. A punch that did not look fancy was enough to severely injure them. It could be said that danger was lurking everywhere. However, Unrivaled God was not in a hurry to take the pill that Xiaoyang had given him. The explosive pill could be said to be their trump card. It was a secret treasure that could help them win. If they used it now, they might not be able to deal with the most powerful undead, even if they killed the 2 gravekeepers. Su Yang also walked the path of toughness and ferocity. Every time he made a move, it could be said to be earth-shattering. If it wasn't for the fact that he was somewhat suppressed by the 5-element array and was unable to display his full strength, he would have long killed this genius of the divine realm's new generation. Su Yang was not in a hurry. He continued to attack with strong and fierce moves. In his opinion, he only needed to attack methodically. How many punches could a beginner rank? 9 like Unrivaled God take. As for the 5 elements formation, it was indeed a little annoying. However, it did not matter. As long as he killed the leader, the remaining lackeys would naturally scatter when the tree falls. They were not worth mentioning. Therefore, Su Yang's gaze was fixed on Unrivaled God from the beginning to the end. There was no change in his expression at all. Unrivaled God also sensed his opponent's overbearing aura. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air subconsciously. At the same time, he knew very well that his opponent's attacks were probably getting stronger and stronger. However, the hand holding the spear became steadier. It was just a battle. Chapter 1782. The battlefield, led by Bai Jian, was also not having a good time. As for Bai Jian, he had also been hammered several times. If it wasn't for the berserk thunder ape's bones that had been refined into a defensive treasure armor, with his body he would have already fallen to the ground and not been able to stand up. Bai Jian was also very grateful to Xiaoyang. If he hadn't generously given him this thing, he would have suffered a great loss today. Therefore, it was very important to have a good friend. After every punch from Qinju, a huge phantom of a skeleton would appear. Although every punch was solid, too much of the force was offset. Therefore, Bai Jian's internal organs were only slightly injured, but they were also not light. However, this feeling of not being able to hit flesh made Qinju very unhappy. He felt very aggrieved. Now he was very puzzled. What exactly was this treasure armor made of? It was actually so tough and sturdy. This was not because Qinju's peak 9th rank strength was fake, but because the body of the berserk thunder ape was too tyrannical. Even in existence at the peak of the 9th rank might not be able to break its bones. Back then, when Bai Jian and Xiaoyang cooperated, they had focused on one point and used all their skills. They had also spent a lot of energy and time to break through that point and have a chance to kill that beast. Otherwise, with the strength of the 3 of them, it would not be enough to fight head-on. As for this treasure armor, it was refined by several top almighties of the Heaven Sword realm. Many things had been added into it, so its defensive power was unquestionable. At the very least, there were very few sharp weapons that could break it. This was also the reason why Bai Jian was relatively bold. It was just a battle, so what was there to be afraid of? On the other hand, the way Gu Shun looked at Bai Jian changed. A Heaven Sword realm cultivator, who had always been known for his weak defensive power actually had such a treasure armor. Wasn't that perfect? Li Chunyi was very vexed now. He had launched several attacks, but in the end it was all for naught. There was no substantial effect at all. As the main attacker, he was unable to make any effective progress, so the pressure became very great. So what if he had the support of the formation? In front of absolute strength, he was still somewhat inferior. Moreover, the person they were facing wasn't a pure person. Your armor is indeed very interesting. I'm very satisfied. When I beat you to death and put it on my body, I believe that no one other than my master will be able to fight me. As Qin Ju spoke, the smile on the corner of her mouth became even wider. However, that smile was extremely cold, causing people to tremble in fear. The armor refined from the bones of the violent ape was indeed powerful, but it was unable to completely offset the force. The remaining force would still be withstood. Moreover, he had a rather good understanding of Heaven Sword Realm cultivators. How many times could that frail body withstand the powerful shock waves? At that time, his internal organs would be shattered, and he wouldn't even be able to lift his treasured sword. How could he compete with him? Thinking like this, Qin Ju launched another attack, even more ferocious than before. After knowing how powerful Bai Jian's armor was, Qin Ju also knew that small fights would not be able to pose a threat to it. However, as long as he increased his strength, he would still be able to defeat it. In the blink of an eye, Qin Ju arrived in front of Bai Jian and punched down. Immediately, the shadow of the treasured armor appeared and blocked the punch, but Bai Jian was also sent flying. In a flash, the treasured sword in Bai Jian's hand directly left his hand. It was as fast as lightning, carrying several sword qi as it directly charged forward. Qi. The treasured sword directly pierced into Qin Ju's lower abdomen. However, Qin Ju didn't even look at it. He directly pulled out the sword and held it in his hand. He turned around and charged towards the five elements formation. After Bai Jian suffered this punch, his internal organs cracked, and his divine sense was like a raging river and overturning sea. He felt extremely uncomfortable. Qin Ju's approach was also very strange. He wasn't in a hurry to kill Bai Jian. Instead, he dealt with those who seemed insignificant. Of course, this was also Qin Ju's hobby. He would slowly torture and kill those weak people. That was enjoyment. He had been stifled here for thousands of years. Now that he could finally vent his emotions, how could he let them go so easily? Therefore, this was naturally impossible. As long as everything was within the scope of control, then he could play with it. When Bai Jian regained his consciousness, he saw Qin Ju's approach. He immediately shouted and immediately drove his treasured sword back. Qin Ju also stopped and held the trembling, treasured sword tightly. He turned his head and looked at Bai Jian, who was constantly controlling his treasured sword with a sword finger. Qin Ju's strength was also incomparably strong. Just by grabbing it like this, it was impossible for it to slip away from his hands. This kind of huge strength was indeed a little unbelievable. I'll deal with him. Xiao Yang berated, and Mo Yuan, who was originally facing Qin Ju, immediately moved aside. At the same time, the others began to change their positions so that this formation would not lose its effect. The Thunderfire Divine sword also continuously released flames for a time, and the sword qi was also endless. When the sword fell, a line of flames immediately turned into sword qi that directly fell and slashed down at Qin Ju. This sword qi was incomparably tyrannical. If it was a weak 8th level cultivator, they would definitely not be able to block it. However, Qin Ju held the treasured sword in his hand horizontally and actually blocked this sword qi. He seemed very relaxed, as if it was effortless. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but subconsciously swallow a mouthful of saliva. This was too strong. Even the strongest 8th level cultivator in Kingwu, Xiaoyang, could not hurt Qin Ju in the slightest, so they had even less of a chance. If that was the case, what was the point of continuing this battle? It was a battle on a completely different level. If they could not hurt each other, it was meaningless to continue fighting. For a moment, Li Chunyi was also a little desperate. His sky sword realm was known for its sharpness. However, in front of Qin Ju, it was not enough. Xiaoyang saw that Qin Ju had easily blocked his attack, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He did not seem to care at all. This strange smile made Qin Ju feel a little strange. Could it be that this guy had lost his mind after failing his attack? Was that why he was smiling? However, Qin Ju soon knew the answer. The flaming sword Qi suddenly turned into countless flames and landed on his body. Chapter 1783. In the blink of an eye, the flames turned into sword Qi and quickly cut Qin Ju's body. Even though his skin and flesh had become incomparably solid due to the exhaustion of his bloodline, he still could not withstand the sword Qi. Immediately, wounds quickly appeared on his body. Immediately, Qin Ju cried out in pain. Burning pain constantly came from all over his body, making him suffer unbearably. If it was an ordinary sword Qi, Qin Ju, a living dead, would definitely not feel the slightest bit of pain. However, the sword Qi from the Thunderfire Divine Sword was of the fire attribute, which happened to restrain him. The death aura in his body was burned, so naturally he would feel unbearably painful. In the blink of an eye, Qin Ju roared angrily. Immediately, the death aura in his body surged out continuously. Waves of air rose and fell one after another, and the scarlet sword Qi shattered at this moment. Even Xiaoyang and the others were somewhat affected and unconsciously took a few steps back. However, their formation was still as stable as Mount Tai. Bai Jian, who was at the side, also noticed this. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he no longer insisted on retrieving the sword. A light flashed in his hand, and another sword suddenly appeared. Back then, when Bai Jian launched a surprise attack on Tianbinu, he had brought 3,000 flying swords. Although he had lost many of them at that time, he had already replenished them. Ever since he had broken through to rank 9, he had more than 3,000 hidden swords. This time, the sword that Bai Jian took out was crimson in color. Clearly, it was also a fire-attributed sword. Even though it was only a heaven-level medium magic weapon, he felt that it had a miraculous effect. Previously, Xiaoyang's actions were the best proof. After Qin Ju dispelled the sword Qi, his eyes became even gloomier. He looked at the saint-level medium Thunderfire Divine Sword, and his brows furrowed even more. He knew that no matter what attribute that sword had, it had a restraining effect on him. It was a natural restraint. He had no way to retreat or avoid it. This made Qin Ju's heart become even more ruthless. He had to kill this person who was a threat to him first. Immediately, Qin Ju shouted in a low voice. Like an ape, he jumped up and smashed down with his fist. At the same time, his left hand was behind his back, holding the sword of the Heaven Sword Realm Cultivator as a hidden killing move. When everyone saw Xiaoyang charging over, although they did not change their positions, they channeled the power of the array formation to Xiaoyang. They knew very well that the only person who could act as Bai Jian's assistant to attack Qin Ju was Xiaoyang. Moreover, he needed to face them head-on. Otherwise, if the few of them came, they would not be able to withstand a few punches. Xiaoyang didn't panic. Even in the face of a peak rank 9 expert, he didn't seem to panic. He immediately placed his sword in front of his chest and prepared to attack. However, he soon saw that Qin Ju's left hand was behind her back, and half of a sword was exposed on her shoulder. This solid punch was probably just a feint. The treasured sword hidden behind it was probably the real killing move. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyang changed his mind and slashed his sword towards Qin Ju's head. So what if I take your punch? I might not die from it, but your head will definitely fall to the ground. The Thunderfire Divine Sword was a mid-grade saint-level magic weapon, so its sharpness was naturally unquestionable. No matter how strong your body was, it couldn't compare to the bones of a violent ape. Therefore, this sword was enough. Xiaoyang had never been afraid of exchanging a life for a life. Moreover, every time they clashed, he would always be able to occupy a great advantage and hold on until the end. Once Qin Ju's head was chopped off, he might have to give up this body. At that time, the soul that was left behind would be easier to deal with. Suddenly, Qin Ju's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect this young man to not be afraid at all. Not to mention, he actually wanted to exchange a life for a life. Wasn't this kind of thinking a little too crazy? Could it be that these young people were all ruthless characters? Moreover, Qin Ju didn't doubt the sharpness of the Thunderfire Divine Sword. It was a mid-grade saint-level magic weapon, and a senior had used it before. The strength of its divine power was terrifying. Therefore, the fake punch immediately stopped. Qin Ju also spun in a strange circle and stabbed out with the sword in his hand at an extremely tricky angle, wanting to cut off his opponent's hand. Suddenly, countless black sword chi swept out with the sword. It was overbearing and sinister. Qin Ju was like this. He had learned many things, but he was proficient in all of them. He was a freak. For example, he would go to the Thousand Thunder Realm to learn swordsmanship and the mysterious ice condensing technique from the Sun Snow Realm. This was his natural talent, which made others envious. He was able to learn everything quickly. Therefore, with the sword in his hand, he could also display extraordinary swordsmanship. When Li Chuanyi and Bai Jian saw this scene, they were a little surprised. They knew that the move Qin Ju used was a sword move of their Sky Sword realm. Xiaoyang's sword suddenly stopped in the air and immediately slashed down. He still had no intention of retreating. He allowed his opponent to cut off his hands, but he would have to pay a greater price. This kind of reckless fighting style shocked Qin Ju. He didn't want to exchange his life with this reckless young man, so he retreated at an extremely fast speed. However, the fiery sword Qi still slashed down on his head. Fortunately, he dodged in time, and the sword Qi only cut him a little. However, the fiery red sword mark that appeared from his head to his body was very eye-catching. Xiaoyang couldn't dodge and allowed the black sword Qi to pierce his wrist. With a clang, Xiaoyang seemed to be unable to hold the Thunderfire Divine sword and fell to the ground. Although there were no obvious wounds on his right hand, it was completely filled with Black Death Qi. He couldn't move at all and lost consciousness as if it wasn't his own. Although this kind of attack didn't cut off Xiaoyang's hand, it was almost equivalent to crippling him. Suddenly, the expressions of Li Chuanyi and the others changed drastically. If Xiaoyang was crippled, what would they do? After dodging Bai Jian's attack, Qin Ju smiled sinisterly. However, no matter how one looked at it, it made one's heart turn cold. You really don't want to live, kid. But so what? It's useless even if you hurt me. You're still no match for me. What? You can't even lift your sword now? Qin Ju said as his gaze fell on Bai Jian. As long as this 9th level Sky Sword Realm cultivator was crippled, he could do whatever he wanted. There was no need to worry. Chapter 1784. Xiaoyang snorted coldly, as if he had turned a deaf ear to Qin Ju's provocation. He grabbed the Thunderfire Divine sword with his left hand again. Although it was a little awkward to do this, in his opinion it was not a big deal. As long as he didn't use those exquisite sword moves, he would still be able to launch a wide range of attacks. Immediately, Qin Ju narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "It seems that I have to cripple your other hand. You are not a Heaven Sword Realm cultivator. Let's see how you can control the sword without your hands." As he spoke, Qin Ju's gaze moved away from Bai Jian. He knew very well that although Bai Jian was a 9th stage cultivator, he was a big threat to him. However, this unprepossessing guy was holding the Thunderfire Divine sword and was the biggest threat to him. Of course, it was not the person, but the sword in his hand. In the next moment, Li Chuanyi immediately moved his body, forcing the other 4 people to move immediately as well, allowing the 5 elements formation to be in its best condition. In Li Chuanyi's opinion, Xiaoyang needed to recover, so they would have to resist this attack. He was still clear about the importance of this. "Chef Song, what are you still standing there for? Help!" And Mo Yuan shouted sternly. Song Zhongling also came back to his senses and formed a seal with his hand. Immediately, green light rose from under Xiao Yang's feet. He occupied the wooden position, which meant that he was in charge of the life force. He could turn his strength into life force to protect the lives of the people in the formation. Bai Jian knew that Xiaoyang needed time now, so he immediately charged over with his sword. As long as he could hold Qinju back, it would be enough. When Xiaoyang could make a move, they could attack from the front and back. Perhaps they would succeed. Scarlet sword light poured out. The white-clothed youth was as sharp as ever, going straight for his opponent's heart. Suddenly, the inexplicable threat made Qinju have no choice but to give up on Xiaoyang in the Five Elements formation and turn to deal with Bai Jian. After all, this was the strongest person. As long as he was killed, the Five Elements formation would be a joke. The five people were just fleas that could be pinched to death. Facing that sword, Qinju didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Instead, her fighting spirit was overflowing. It had been a long time since he had seen such pure sword chi, so he also wanted to kill his opponent. Qin Ran roared and swung the sword with both hands. Clang! The crimson sword was directly broken by the sword. Being able to break someone else's sword in just one move was a testament to how terrifying its power was. A mid-grade, heaven-grade magic artifact was destroyed just like that. This was also reasonable. Qinju's strength was greater than Bai Jian's, and the sword in his hand was a saint-level magic artifact. The material was much stronger than the scarlet sword. At the same time, Qinju kicked out and sent Bai Jian flying. Even though the skeletal shadow appeared and blocked most of the impact, there was still a lot of force that penetrated through and sent Bai Jian flying. Seeing this, Qinju immediately rushed up. This was a great opportunity, so how could he miss it? Since there were three people who were a threat to him, then he would get rid of the biggest one first. Immediately, a lot of land in front of Qinju rose rapidly, and vines wrapped around him. Obviously, they wanted to block his path of pursuit. However, Qinju didn't continue to rush forward. He turned around and directly bombarded the Five Elements formation. Immediately, the formation surged. Although the five people shared the force of this attack, they still suffered some shock, especially Li Chuanyi, who almost couldn't stand steadily. At this time, the sword in Qinju's hand also left his hand and was directly thrown out. This time, their target was Li Chuanyi. At this time, Xiaoyang wanted to change the formation to save him, but it was already too late. Therefore, he made a prompt decision and immediately rushed out. He directly slashed down with his left hand. Plunder like fire! Since there was no way to save him, it was better to just ignore it and kill the big threat first. Immediately, the majestic sword intent was not concealed in the slightest. It poured down like a flood. When Li Chuanyi saw his senior brother's sword flying over, he immediately frowned. He knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he placed his sword horizontally in front of his chest. It didn't matter if he couldn't avoid the sword, but he had to avoid this certain death situation. Clang! With a sound, Li Chuanyi's sword was directly cut in half, but the tip of the sword was also deflected by him and pierced into his shoulder. However, Li Chuanyi was directly nailed to the ground, unable to move. Xiaoyang was in the fire position. With the help of the three people from the Greenly realm, especially Song Zhongling, who used wood to generate fire, his aura was even stronger. When Qinju saw the sword chi attacking, he immediately shouted angrily and opened his hands. Immediately, countless black chi surged out and blocked in front of him as if it was solid. That sword chi was so powerful that it made one's heart tremble with fear. Even though Qinju was in existence at the peak of the 9th rank, he had no choice but to deal with such an attack with all his strength. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. At the same time, Qin seemed to be in the center of a vortex. Countless death qi quickly gathered towards him. The flaming sword qi slashed down, and immediately the seemingly solid death qi was burned. It couldn't block this sword at all. The suppression between attributes was so obvious. No matter how strong one was, it would still be a headache. However, Qin did not panic. The vortex around him also became faster and faster, and a cold wind blew. As for the flaming sword qi, it was constantly being worn down at a very fast speed. It was naturally not easy to break through the lingering death qi. It consumed a lot of energy. However, that sword qi still pierced into the vortex and pierced Qinju's heart. The originally huge flaming sword qi was only 2 fingers wide after piercing Qinju's heart. It could be seen how fierce the resistance was. Qinju looked at the sword qi in his heart and frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the attribute suppression would be so great, but he still couldn't block this move. What a pity! Immediately, Qinju's heart suddenly trembled because he felt a sharp sword qi coming from behind him. It was naturally Bai Jian. He had been brewing this sword for a long time and was going all out. Bai Jian allowed the death qi to continue rising. He still moved forward without the slightest bit of satisfaction. Since he had come this far, he could only fight to the death. Only then would he have a chance. The death qi also continued to condense into a ball and continuously collided with Bai Jian, the white-robed man with a sharp gaze. As for the man, he continued to move forward, allowing the black fog to hit him. The tip of his sword was still there, unbiased. Chapter 1785. Sometimes Bai Jian had such a mentality. As long as he attacked with his sword, he would not stop until he achieved his goal. As for the price he would have to pay, it was negligible. As long as he could succeed with his sword and be happy, it would be enough. Other things could be ignored for the time being. This was him. The black fog was constantly attacking and squeezing. At the same time, the huge skeleton shadow was also constantly appearing extremely domineering. It was as if it could block any kind of attack. At the very least, this set of bone armor simply wouldn't shatter. It would always be that tough. In fact, not even a crack had appeared. However, what kind of pressure the person in the skeletal treasure armor suffered was another matter altogether. Although the armor could block the attack of sharp weapons and withstand most of the force, it could not completely offset it in the end. In this world, there did not seem to be a truly invincible magic weapon. Qinju felt the person behind him rushing over recklessly, and he was slightly shocked. However, he also understood that there was a technique in the sky sword realm that was like this. It required the morale to cut off all means of retreat. It required both sides to suffer. It was even acceptable if both sides died. Therefore, when he was talking to Wu Ming at that time, he said that they were lunatics. He did not expect that after fighting with a lunatic of the same age in the past, a little lunatic would appear now. Since he was a little afraid of that old lunatic, there was naturally no reason for him to be afraid of a little lunatic. However, Qinju did not free himself to deal with Bai Jian. Instead, he held the blazing sword qi with both hands and pulled it out inch by inch. If the sword qi did not destroy it, he would probably suffer even greater injuries. There was nothing he could do about it. It could be said that death qi was not afraid of anything except lightning and flames. The power of these two was something they were naturally afraid of. Qi. With a sound, the sharp sword pierced into Qinju's body in the end. Immediately, countless sword qi spread out in his body, as if wanting to cut his internal organs into powder. After annihilating the blazing sword qi, Qinju let out a low roar. Instantly, the death qi on her body condensed, and the sharp sword couldn't move at all. Qinju turned around and directly broke the sword. Bai Jian looked at the broken sword in his hand, and the corner of his mouth twitched. This was a heaven-level middle-tier Dharma artifact, and it was broken just like that. How hard was this person's body? There's no need to be surprised. My body has long been comparable to a saint-level artifact after being refined for 1,000 years. If it weren't for the fact that you, a Heaven Sword Realm cultivator, are too sharp, how could you have hurt me?" Qin Ju sneered. She turned around and punched Bai Jian's head. Bai Jian was also sent flying. In the air, there were countless black fog constantly colliding with each other. It was extremely violent. Qin Ju didn't even look at Bai Jian as she turned around and charged towards the 5 elements formation. There was indeed nothing remarkable about this formation, but it was able to suppress a portion of his power, causing his flow of opportunity to be obstructed. This was truly unbearable. Of course, what Qin Ju wanted was to seal the Thunder Fire Divine Sword. No matter which of the 2 divine swords was, they were too restrained by the undead. Back then, Luo Rong wanted to wait for Lei Dingtian to come before starting the battle. He wanted to rely on his thunder technique to make these guys fear him. However, they didn't manage to wait for Lei Dingtian to arrive. In addition, Princess Mingzhu was anxious and had no choice but to start the battle. Now Luo Rong was also very uncomfortable in his heart. Even though there was a row of black ice in front of him and he looked carefree, he was already seriously injured. Many of the black ice around him had shattered, and the death chi was once again restless. Even though he had used all his strength, there were still some flaws. No matter how well the 3 of them cooperated, they hadn't practiced beforehand, so they didn't have much tacit understanding. Therefore, the tripartite formation couldn't unleash its full power. Moreover, they had underestimated the true strength of this undead. How was this an existence that surpassed the 9th level? It was completely comparable to that realm. This battle could be said to be extraordinarily difficult. There were also some stains on the jade bamboo staff in Han Fenglu's hand. This was the result of being eroded by the black chi. That was why such a situation had occurred. He also felt a little distressed. He didn't know how much time it would take to expel the death chi in the future. However, he thought that as long as he could kill this undead, then the monstrous opportunities inside would naturally be his. At that time, what he gained would be far more than what he lost. Although Princess Mingzhu had also suffered some injuries, she still had a tenacious appearance. It also seemed that because she had encountered a strong enemy, her fighting spirit had become even more exuberant. She seemed to enjoy this situation very much. In her opinion, only by constantly challenging creatures that were stronger than her could she become even stronger. Only this kind of crazy tempering could allow her to advance by leaps and bounds. As for being an armchair strategist, it was just a formality in the end. The old man didn't seem to be having an easy time either. He said, "I didn't expect that I, the venerable skyscraper, would have such a hard time fighting you, 3 little kids. It seems that the younger generation will surpass us in time." The 3 of them still turned a blind eye. During this time, the old man had even tempted them several times, asking them to become his disciples. However, their Taoist hearts were very firm. They wouldn't be tempted at all. They had already seen Qin Ju and Su Yang. The 2 of them were now living dead. What was the point of cultivating this kind of Tao? Luo Rong also subconsciously glanced down. Were they not done yet? If they couldn't wait for the 12 heavenly stems formation to restrain this old man, then they would be in big trouble. It wasn't easy up there, but the battlefield below wasn't easy either. Shen Wushuang's internal organs had been shattered by Su Yang. Now he was only holding on with his willpower. Bai Jian was even more upset. He didn't know how many of his swords had been broken. Fortunately, he had thousands of flying swords, so he wasn't in a hurry. Even his 5 elements formation was barely holding on due to Li Chunyi's heavy injuries. However, its power was greatly limited. Qin Ju had attacked several times in a vicious manner. The 3 people from the Greenly realm who had been supporting them from behind were also injured. Xiao Yang, who was the main attacker and the main defender, was even more seriously injured. Qin Ju was still expressionless, but there were many wounds on his body. They were all caused by Xiaoyang and by Jian. Take this. Chapter 1786. As soon as Xiaoyang finished speaking, the Thunderfire Divine sword in his hand flew out and was thrown directly at Bai Jian without the slightest hesitation. Wherever the sword passed, the deathly aura retreated. In Xiaoyang's opinion, although his sword was domineering, it was still not as sharp as Bai Jian's. What he lacked was just a little bit of restraint. If he were to use the Fire Divine sword, would the situation change a little? It could be said that this move was the finishing touch. Bai Jian took the Fire Divine sword with one hand, and immediately his entire essence, energy, and spirit changed. Bai Jian also had no lack of saint-grade weapons, but he also had those with lightning or fire attributes. However, they were only at the heaven grade and could not pose much of a threat to Qinju at all, so he could only fight bitterly. However, now that he was holding this mid-grade saint-grade weapon, his confidence immediately increased greatly. With the Fire Divine sword, there was no reason for him to be at a loss. At this moment, the haze could be said to have been swept away and disappeared without a trace. Moreover, he also felt that the Fire Divine sword did not reject him in the slightest. The sword intent between the two was faintly compatible. This kind of feeling could be said to be very good. Immediately, Xiaoyang took out the silver lightning spear. If the situation was too serious, he would definitely not lend the sword so easily. In a short period of time, both Bai Jian and he had been seriously injured, so if the stalemate continued, it would be a slow death. Fortunately, he had also successfully persuaded the sword spirit in the Fire Divine sword to not reject Bai Jian and help him well. Otherwise, even if Xiaoyang gave him the divine sword, he would probably not be able to unleash his full strength. In the end, there would be a flaw in it. It might be because of that flaw that they would have to die in this place. Once again, a long spear appeared, and it still carried lightning. Immediately, Qinju's expression changed drastically. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, Qinju knew very well that he had also suffered a lot. If this continued, the price he would have to pay might be even greater. He looked up and found that his master was still fighting with the three people and could not divert his attention to help at all. Immediately, his brows furrowed even more. If this continued, what should he do? Therefore, Qinju could only rely on herself now. Being besieged by these juniors, he actually found it difficult to fend them off. This made him feel very amused. Without waiting for Qinju to react, Xiaoyang took the lead and waved his long spear. Suddenly, a series of thunderbolts rushed out and bombarded Qinju. Now, he had to wait for Bai Jian's final strike. Therefore, before that, he had to entangle Qinju so that she could not disturb him. It could be said that when Xiaoyang attacked, Bai Jian immediately understood his companion's intention. His eyes immediately narrowed as boundless sword intent poured into the divine sword. Immediately, wisps of flames were incessantly ignited, and the blazing sword qi continued to rampage. As Bai Jian held his sword, the sword intent he emitted was even stronger than Xiaoyang's. That was why he was naturally close to the sword Dao. Since Xiaoyang had already stepped forward bravely to buy time for him, Bai Jian naturally lived up to his high expectations. The boundless sword intent continued to gather. This was a gamble. No matter what, he could only succeed and could not fail. Li Chuanyi waved his senior brother's sacred level magic tool. Sword Qi surged out and began to restrict Qinju at the same time. Gu Shan was responsible for mobilizing the power of the formation to suppress and restrict Qinju. Mo Yuan and Song Zhongling controlled the earth and wood elements and began to entangle Qinju. As they exchanged swords, it could be said that their morale was greatly boosted because of this. They were all ready to fight to the death. At the same time as time passed, they became more and more familiar with the formation, and the power they unleashed became even more tyrannical. Qinju roared angrily and continuously blasted out with both hands. Streams of death qi turned into power and continuously shattered the thunderbolts. At the same time, a vortex appeared, and countless streams of death chi continuously gathered into Qin Ju's body. He had consumed a lot of energy, but he had the advantage here, so there was a steady stream of energy for him to use. Xiao Yang did not care. He knew that it was meaningless to consume too much energy when dealing with undead spirits. What he wanted was to be able to deal a decisive blow that would make it impossible to recover. They could only pin all their hopes on Bai Jian now, hoping that he could kill Qin Ju with a single sword strike. Thunder Dragon Roar. The silver spear shook, and a thunder dragon immediately coiled out, charging towards Qin Ju with the might of the heavens. Immediately, the fist force of the death chi shattered under the impact of the thunder dragon. The lightning dragon continued to charge forward, as if it was unstoppable. Qin Ju roared angrily and directly clenched his hands into claws, waving them continuously. Immediately, the death chi was like a sharp blade, constantly cutting the thunder dragon. Although the sharp blade was incomparably sharp, under the power of the thunder and lightning, it was still somewhat restricted. However, Qin Ju was in existence at the peak of the 9th rank. So what if their attributes countered each other? However, he still managed to break it with his bare hands. The difference in strength could still wipe out the restraint in attributes. That was why Qin Ju was so confident. So what if you're strong? I'm stronger. But then another dragon roar was heard, and Qin Ju's heart trembled. Was this guy's strength endless? For a moment, Qin Ju was also furious, not to mention that this inconspicuous guy had 2 magic tools to restrain him. Was there no end to it? Heavenly Sword, Evil Slayer. Suddenly, Qin Ju's heart trembled. He had been focusing on dealing with Xiao Yang and the formation, but he had neglected Bai Jian behind him. In an instant, a chill rose up. Qin Ju knew that she was likely going to be injured by this sword. He was very unwilling to give up. He immediately turned around and prepared to deal with Bai Jian first. He was still very clear about what was more important. If he was hit by the Thunder Dragon, he would at most lose some things. However, if he was hit by a Heavenly Sword Realm cultivator, he would probably be half dead. At this time, Bai Jian also sent out a sword strike that had been accumulating power for a long time. Heavenly Sword Evil Slayer was the unique skill of the Heavenly Sword Realm. Immediately, countless sword chi appeared with an overwhelming righteous aura. The sword chi seemed to have substance, like real flying swords. Because of the influence of the divine sword's aura, the flying swords were covered in flames. Immediately, countless flying swords gathered together like a sea of fire, burning everything. Chapter 1787. Behind Bai Jian, there were 3,000 flying swords. Each flying sword was surrounded by an extremely strong flame aura, as if they were unparalleled. The countless sword intents were like a crimson rain of arrows that poured down, wanting to cleanse this sinful land. Bai Jian charged forward without the slightest intention of retreating. He held the strange-looking divine sword in his hand and took the lead. Surrounded by countless sword chi, he charged towards Qin Ju. The sword chi was sharp and scorching. Qin Ju also felt a huge pressure. The chill from the destruction also made him realize that if he was really hit by this move, his body would probably be directly destroyed. Perhaps his soul would directly collapse, and there would be nothing he could do. He had been hibernating here for 1,000 years in order to learn the best spells in the mountain. Naturally, he wanted to ascend to the heavens in one step after leaving and make the world submit to him. Therefore, how could he fall here? Qin Ju immediately raised his hand, and he was like the center of a vortex. He quickly began to sweep up, and it was extremely intense. Now he also had his own obsession, and that was to defeat these brats who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. They were only able to suppress him because they had a magic tool that could restrain him. If not for that, how could they have suppressed him? Thinking of this, Qin Ju's anger was abnormally huge. Instantly, the death chi gushed into his body like a tornado. It was endless, and it was rapidly absorbing energy. Seeing this, Mo Yuan immediately shouted. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and suppress the surrounding death chi. Don't give him a chance to turn around." Immediately, everyone also came back to their senses. They used the wonders of the 5 elements formation to resist the death chi and interfere with Qin-Ju's chi flow, preventing him from completely connecting with the power of heaven and earth and causing a flaw to appear. This was a blow that would determine the outcome. So no matter what, they still had to think of a way to help Bai Jian achieve it. If they failed, then Qin-Ju's counterattack would be enough to make them suffer. It was even possible that several people would be killed. Qin-Ju immediately felt that there was a flaw in the flow of qi, and he was immediately furious. This situation really made him very unhappy. Immediately, killing intent rose in all directions. Even though he was displeased, he couldn't care less about the suppression and displeasure brought to him by the 5 elements formation behind him. Right now, blocking Bai Jian's attack was the most important thing. Balls of death qi surged out and condensed in front of him. It was like an indestructible great wall. However, the lightning dragon behind her was the first to arrive. It directly poured into Qin-Ju's body and immediately began to move about. Qin-Ju immediately cried out in pain. Her wrist trembled, and the speed at which the death aura was gathering slowed down. The sword radiance arrived in an instant. The flaming sword aura was like the tip of a needle as it continuously pierced into the deathly aura that was like a city wall. When the flames came into contact with the deathly aura, they exploded with a loud bang, burning everything to ashes in an instant. Even though the amount of death chi that could be destroyed by a single strand of sword chi was not much, Bai Jian's slash contained more than 3,000 sword chi. In an instant, the seemingly indestructible wall of death chi shattered. It was unable to withstand such a powerful sword aura. Qin-Ju was shocked. He had just grabbed the lightning dragon that was rampaging in his body and tore it apart with his hands. Now, the most threatening attack had arrived. Thousands of sword intents poured down at this moment. Each sword intent pierced into Qin-Ju's body at an extremely fast speed and quickly exploded. Qin-Ju's body had become very tough because of the deathly aura, but under such a powerful attack, it still seemed somewhat insufficient. In an instant, countless cracks appeared. A scorching aura was constantly emitted from his body. The deathly aura in his body had nowhere to hide under the extreme yang sword intent and was quickly strangled. In a moment, Qin-Ju's body exploded and turned into a pile of minced meat that fell to the ground. When a wisp of black smoke rose, Bai Jian also arrived. The divine sword in his hand directly pierced into the smoke, nailing it firmly. There was no way for it to escape. Immediately, the black smoke struggled even more quickly, wanting to escape from the sword's edge. However, it no longer had the chance. Immediately, another wave of sword chi swept out. As the flames rose, it began to rapidly burn and cut. Qin-Ju's soul was hidden in the smoke. If his soul was not destroyed, then he would turn into a dead spirit. Therefore, they could not allow the situation to develop. Even if he lost his physical body and his strength was greatly reduced, he was still not to be underestimated. Therefore, under such circumstances, how could they not be careful? Break! Bai Jian let out a low cry. Immediately, the majestic sword intent poured out once again. The cluster of black smoke was completely destroyed and no longer existed. After seeing the black smoke dissipate, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally over. If the battle had continued, the consequences would have been unpredictable. Bai Jian fell to the ground, panting. The attack just now had consumed a lot of his energy. At the same time, he was feeling terrible. He even felt a little dizzy, which was the result of his severe injuries. Xiao Yang's gaze, on the other hand, fell on another battle group. It was unrivaled God leading Yongsen and the rest against Su Yang. Although the God Realm's martial arts techniques did have some restraining effect on the Tomb Keepers, it was far less significant than the Thunderbolt and Raging Fire. After a few exchanges, unrivaled god was already severely injured. Even his aura had become much weaker. If the battle continued, he might not be able to gain much advantage. Of course, Su Yang was not doing well either. One of his arms had been chopped off, so his combat strength was not as fierce as before. Despite this, the situation was still in a stalemate. There was no sign of the situation turning for the better. Immediately, Xiao Yang made up his mind and threw the silver lightning thunder spear in his hand. "Catch the spear!" Xiao Yang shouted in a low voice. With a glance, the other four understood what he meant. They immediately forced themselves to take a breath that was already relaxed. The 5 elements formation was activated again, suppressing Su Yang. They understood that the teeth would be cold without the lips. If something were to happen to unrivaled God, even if they could kill Su Yang in the same way, it was still unknown whether they would be able to kill the person above their heads in the end. Unrivaled God took the silver spear in his hand. His entire being's essence, chi, and spirit transformed. Chapter 1788. High up in the sky, the 3 people and 1 dead spirit were fighting to their heart's content. For a time, sword lights and black shadows constantly flickered. Princess Mingzhu still had that high and mighty appearance, like a fairy above the 9 heavens, looking down on the world. The sharpness of the treasured sword in her hand was constantly flickering, as if it was telling of her tyrannical and insufferably arrogant self. However, the current Princess Mingzhu was no longer as calm and collected as before. Black blood also flowed from the corner of her mouth. Even her white clothes were stained in many places. Even her aura had become very chaotic. Clearly, she had been seriously injured. Right now, she was indeed in a very bad state. She had taken a few solid hits from the old man. Her body was already in a state of turmoil, and even her internal organs had suffered quite a bit of damage. Even though she had many protective magic tools, in front of this expert who had surpassed King Wu's realm, it was still not enough. If it weren't for the fact that the old man was only an undead spirit and didn't have a physical body, she wouldn't have been able to resist even with the support of the tripartite formation. Venerable Sky Inch floated in the middle. Looking at the determined girl, the smile on his face became even wider. He said, "This venerable's patience is limited, but for a good seedling, I can still endure a few more times. However, you little girl, don't push your luck." Princess Mingzhu's talent could be said to be the most outstanding existence in the 3,000 small worlds. She was an existence at the peak. Even Venerable Sky Inch was tempted when he saw her and wanted to take her in as his disciple. As for Qinju below, she was just a mediocre person. So what if her soul was scattered? As long as he could take these 3 people as his disciples, he would still make a profit. However, things were not as Venerable Sky Inch had imagined. Who here wasn't a person with a clear mind? Now that their chances of winning were very high, why should they take the path of no return? Han Fenglu's hand that was holding the bamboo cane began to tremble. Every time Venerable Sky Inch attacked, he would not obviously attack any one of them. He would hit the formation and let the 3 of them spread out all the strength. The meaning behind his actions was also very obvious. He had the absolute strength to crush them. So if they knew what was good for them, they would quickly surrender. If you're not convinced, then we'll continue to fight until you're convinced. In the end, you'll willingly become his disciple. At this moment, Han Fenglu's heart was also very uncomfortable. Even if the 3 of them brought out their skills, the gap in strength was too big. It was very difficult for them to make any substantial progress. He was also very angry about this. Now, Han Fenglu could only place her hopes on the people below. She hoped that they could finish the battle soon and come over to help. Otherwise, if they continued to fight and used all their trump cards, even if reinforcements arrived, it would be difficult to reverse the situation. Luo Rong was still as cold as ice. He was also injured, but he didn't show it. However, When he saw that several cracks had appeared on the profound ice sword in front of him, his expression changed. If this profound ice sword were to break, then his profound ice 1,000 miles would be broken as well. At that time, the problem that he had to face would be even greater. However, he still didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. He believed that it was impossible for this long-planned operation to fail. Although they didn't seem to have any obvious chances of victory, there were infinite possibilities in every one of them. As long as they could hold the strongest one back and prevent him from interfering in the battle below, then they would have a chance. So what if the remaining trash below dies? Don't tell me that you little dolls can really win against me. Venerable Sky Inch laughed disdainfully. In his eyes, it was just a fight between some ants. It was insignificant. The only one who made him feel threatened was that silly little girl. The rest of them were not enough to reach the apex. Princess Mingju's reply was still a sword. As the sword fell, a gigantic shadow of a sword appeared in the air. It was as if it carried with it the might of the heavens. It was unquestionable and difficult to resist. It fell directly and headed for Venerable Sky Inch's head. When Reverend Sky Inch saw this, he snorted coldly and formed a seal with both of his hands. In the next moment, his figure flashed, and he directly flew into the sky. He extended both of his hands and held the huge illusory sword in his hands. As his chi circulated, he waved it and slashed it toward Princess Mingju. In an instant, the shadow suddenly broke. The broken sword blade turned around and pierced Venerable Sky Inch's chest. The battle below had entered its final stage. Under the suppression of the two invisible formations, Su Yang's pressure was multiplied. He couldn't even borrow strength now. The death aura in this area was completely suppressed by the 10 people and the 2 formations. In addition to unrivaled God's silver lightning spear and by Jian's participation in the battle, he was completely at a disadvantage now. Faced with the murderous silver spear, Su Yang was also badly suppressed. He couldn't fight back. A burst of spear intent erupted and lightning flashed. Su Yang dodged left and right, but he couldn't avoid Bai Jian's sword. The sword fell and cut off his head directly. Another spear strike, the might of the heavens, destroyed his soul. The 2 tomb keepers' souls were scattered. However, unrivaled God didn't look relieved. He didn't care about his injuries either. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the battle in the sky. Now it was time for them to go and help, but dealing with the 2 tomb keepers had already exhausted them. Moreover, each of them was injured, and it was difficult for them to fight. Even if they were exhausted now, they still had to join the battle group. Otherwise, all the efforts they had put in earlier would be for naught. That was not an outcome they could accept. Xiaoyang noticed unrivaled God's concern. He immediately took out 9 explosive pills and said, "The pills only last for an hour." Everyone took the pills, but didn't rush to consume them. Instead, they looked confused. "Don't worry, my friends. I've taken these pills before. They're indeed very useful. They can help you temporarily reach King Wu's rank 9 level," Unrivaled God said as he took out the pills that Xiaoyang had given him and consumed them. Unrivaled God was a decisive person. He knew he couldn't afford to waste time and had to speed up. However, Xiaoyang didn't take any explosive pills. Instead, he took some pills to restore his spiritual power and heal his injuries. After all, he had taken out so many explosive pills in one go. He only had a few left in his inventory. He had to plan carefully. Chapter 1789. Moreover, with so many people around, he felt that it no longer mattered whether he took the outburst pill or not. Moreover, he only needed to do what he had to do. That was enough. Due to the uncertainty of the current situation, he still needed to have a backup plan. Who knew when an accident would happen? When that happened, he needed to be able to protect himself. Bai Jian did not hesitate when he saw Unrivaled God taking the pill right away. After all, it was time for the final battle. It was time for him to bring out everything he had. That was the only way to settle the matter. As long as he could kill the dead spirit above him, he would have the opportunity to get to Heaven Peak Mountain. After the two of them took the pill, their auras skyrocketed. Not only did they recover their spiritual powers that they had lost, but their cultivation levels also temporarily increased from novice to great achievement. Because of this, the two people's auras also underwent a tremendous change. Everyone was shocked when they saw unrivaled God and Bai Jian's auras increase by so much. All this while they had thought that Xiao Yang's pill was just a rumor. They did not expect it to have such a miraculous effect. At that moment, they were very excited. Soon after, the other 9 people no longer had any worries and took the pill one after another. In a flash, they felt that their limbs and bones were filled with power. That wonderful feeling was indescribable. Now, the way they looked at Xiao Yang changed again. They finally understood why Xiao Yang had been able to make it this far. With such a miraculous pill, it was enough to catch many people off guard. In addition, his strength was already so formidable, so even a cultivator a realm higher than him might not be a match for him. Especially Li Zhang. The way he looked at Xiao Yang had changed tremendously. If he could become friends with such a person, he would be able to gain a lot of benefits. When the time came for his junior brothers in the sect to go out and train, he would have an extra life-saving talisman. At that moment, everyone's aura began to change rapidly. The King Wu rank, 8 cultivators who were originally at King Wu's level were now at novice level. Each of them had a threatening aura. This was also because this was the first time they had experienced what it felt like to be at the 9th step, so it was difficult for them to control their power for a while. It was inevitable that some of it would leak out, which was a very normal thing. There were many doubts in Gu Shan's eyes. Soon after, he thought of the new rule of the grand competition, that no elixirs were allowed. Presumably, this was set up specifically to deal with Xiao Yang. Such a miraculous pill had extraordinary effects. If he was allowed to use it freely, then who among the 8th step would be able to compete with him? However, even though Xiao Yang didn't use the explosion pill, he still won first place. This was what made him terrifying. To be able to refine such a miraculous elixir, he must have put in a lot of effort. But how did he temper his own strength to such a tyrannical level? This was truly a puzzling matter. We only have 1 hour. Everyone, hurry up and set up the formation. We have to end the battle quickly. Unrivaled, God glanced over and saw that everyone was ready. Therefore, he immediately began giving orders. However, he fell into deep thought as he looked at the silver spear in his hand. The 2 of you will be the main attackers. I won't be able to use it as much as you 2. Return it to me after this is over, Xiao Yang immediately said as he saw their confusion. Unrivaled God and Bai Jian nodded one after another, indicating that they understood. Xiao Yang was well aware of this. After they had consumed the explosion pill, their strength would be at the peak of the 9th step, no matter how weak they were. In their hands, such an elemental suppressive magic weapon would be extraordinarily effective. Meanwhile, the silver lightning spear had yet to develop sentience, so there was not much to worry about. On the other hand, there was no telling if the thunder fire divine sword would cooperate. Soon, the 10 of them immediately began changing their positions and began forming the heavenly stem formation. All this time, it had been the 10 heavenly stems, A, B, C, and D. However, what they were using now was the strengthened 12 heavenly stems formation. The principle was still the same as the 10 heavenly stems formation. However, their powers would be supplied to unrivaled God and Bai Jian, respectively, making both of them more powerful. It could be said that the 2 of them were the additional spearheads of the 10 heavenly stems. They were more aggressive, which was why it was called the 12 heavenly stems formation. This was also the result of countless calculations and executions. It indeed had a miraculous effect and was more aggressive. Naturally, it was only natural that the spearheads would be the 2 people with the highest levels. It was to make the best use of everything. The 10 of them cooperated very well. Perhaps it was because they had previously practiced the 5 elements formation, so they were now very comfortable with it. Soon, the heavenly stem formation was set up. Immediately, waves of energy pierced through heaven and earth, sealing off the death aura in this area. The first thing they had to do was to prevent the death aura in the air from connecting with heaven and earth. Even if they could not completely seal it off, they had to make it less smooth. In an instant, the death aura seemed to sense the threat and began retreating rapidly. The 12 of them were all rank 9 cultivators. The heavenly stem formation that they had set up together was naturally extraordinary. Compared to the 5 elements formation from before, it was not as simple as just a few levels. Its power was multiplied. Immediately, by Jen and unrivaled God's eyes lit up. Feeling the power coming from below, their confidence was greatly boosted. Although their powers were still at the peak of rank 9, they were no longer weak rank 9 like before. They were now strong rank 9. This seemingly insignificant improvement could sometimes play a decisive role in determining the outcome of a battle. Xiaoyang was also doing 2 things at the same time. On one hand, he was maintaining the heavenly stem grand formation. On the other hand, he was also sizing up the others, deep in thought. High up in the sky, the tripartite formation was now on the verge of shattering from the bombardment. However, a wave of energy came and mended them quite a bit. With that, they knew that the heavenly stem formation had been completed. It was providing them with energy, which was why they were helping each other. This also meant that the battle below had ended. Therefore, they could now give it their all and work together to deal with the death aura, who called himself the Venerable Sky Inch. In the next moment, Han Fenglu and Luo Rong were astonished when they sensed that there were 9 King Wu rank, 9 cultivators below them. What was going on here? Even Bai Jian and unrivaled God had reached the peak of rank 9. Was the heavenly stem formation really that miraculous? Chapter 1790. However, at such a critical juncture, Luo Rong and Han Fenglu could not go down to investigate the situation, so they could only suppress their doubts for the time being. However, with 9 beginner rank, 9 cultivators forming the heavenly stem formation, its power was much stronger than expected. Now, there was a glimmer of hope. Princess Mingzhu, on the other hand, glanced down indifferently with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Although she had heard unrivaled God mention this before, she still thought that it was only half true and half false. It was not as amazing as it was described, but now she had really widened her horizons. She didn't expect the wonders of this medicinal pill to be so unimaginable. However, this was indeed a good thing, as it increased their chances of winning by a lot. Suddenly, Princess Mingzhu took another look at the person her cousin was talking about, but she couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. It could be said that if they won, Xiaoyang would definitely get the greatest credit. The sudden improvement was simply too terrifying. It had directly raised their team's strength to a whole new level, and it was not just a slight improvement. It was truly terrifying. Venerable Sky Inch glanced down in disdain. He was unmoved, even though the aura of those ants had suddenly become much stronger. After the heavenly stem formation was formed, his aura absorption was restricted, and his expression changed slightly. However, it was a cloud of black mist, so he could not see it clearly. Do you think you can defeat me with an additional obscure and strange great heavenly stem formation? Heh, you little kids are really daring. It's always been the 10 heavenly stems, but you've changed it to 12. You're really making things unnecessary, Reverend Sky Inch said coldly. He was clearly displeased. In his opinion, these people tampered with the formation left behind by their predecessors without permission, which was truly abominable. Not only that, but they had also changed the formation randomly. So changing the formation's position was really infuriating. Princess Mingzhu smiled but did not say anything. To her, this was no longer important. She did not care how the formation was changed, but it was enough as long as it could be used effectively. Soon after, Princess Mingzhu groaned. The sword in her hand turned into a stream of light as it left her hand and charged toward the Venerable One. Princess Mingzhu had also told Unrivaled God that the explosive pill would only last for an hour. If the time passed, it was inevitable that their momentum would weaken. At that time, their morale would also decrease, and they would suffer a crushing defeat. Therefore, he had to give it his all and kill it first. Reverend Sky Inch snorted coldly when he saw the flying sword flying over. He clenched his fist and hammered the air. Immediately, the flying sword seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and rapidly fell down. The power of this punch was so terrifying. Han Fenglu also made a sound, and the jade bamboo staff in her hand once again released specks of green light, which quickly connected into a line. Like a rope, it drifted towards the venerable master. Luo Rong's attack was much simpler. He constantly activated the chill in the mystic ice sword, and the ice shards immediately shot out like sword chi. As long as they could injure the opponent, they could freeze him. However, Reverend Sky Inch still looked indifferent, as if he did not take it seriously at all. He waved his sleeve, and the ice shards with hidden killing intent immediately flew back, unable to hurt him at all. As for the strange emerald rope, he grasped the air and grabbed it in his hand. Then he forcefully pulled. Immediately, Han Fenglu staggered and almost lost his balance. However, he still managed to hold on. Reverend Sky Inch smirked. This little girl wanted to compete with him? He did not mind playing with her. The flying sword that had been hammered down flew back at this time and swept toward Reverend Sky Inch's head, as if it wanted to cut off his head. However, Reverend Sky Inch did not turn back. He merely stomped his foot, and the flying sword could not be controlled again, falling straight down. Faced with the siege of the top 3 people of the new generation, this old man was just as relaxed as he was, without the slightest risk. At this moment, Shen Wushuang was the first to arrive. The silver spear in his hand exploded with the power of thunder, and at the same time, it was also covered in golden light. It looked exceptionally different, majestic and domineering, like a divine general who was extraordinarily valiant. Reverend Sky Inch frowned slightly. He broke the emerald rope with one hand, turned around, and threw a punch straight down. Immediately, a tremendous force surged out of his body, and Shen Wushuang's body froze as if he felt an immense pressure, unable to move forward at all. Reverend Sky Inch's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he looked at the young man who was emitting golden light all over. At the same time, there was also a sense of disgust that he did not hide at all. In his eyes, the lightning and fire were not worth mentioning. However, that golden light was truly annoying. Heavenly Sword, Evil Slayer. Bai Jian, who had been accumulating power in the dark, once again brought along 3,000 sword intents. Like a fire dragon, he charged up from below with an unparalleled aura. Reverend Sky Inch's expression changed again when he felt the scorching heat of the flames. This was because he sensed the murderous aura within, as well as a very threatening aura. Reverend Sky Inch immediately threw a punch with his left hand. Shen Wushuang was hit so hard that he fell straight down, unable to control himself. Right after that, Reverend Sky Inch began drawing a circle in front of his chest with both hands. Once the circle was drawn, countless death aura immediately charged down. However, the sword aura fire dragon did not retreat at all. Instead, it attacked the death aura as soon as it came into contact with it. No matter how powerful a reverend was, it was inevitable that he would be at a disadvantage in the face of an attribute restraint. Although the sword aura fire dragon did not have an irresistible aura, it was still advancing steadily. Why is this brat's sword aura so powerful? Reverend Sky Inch was puzzled. He did not quite understand. He had merely relied on elixirs to reach greater completion rank 9. Although his strength was still lacking, his sharpness was hard to ignore. In fact, the sharpness of that aura was something that even that girl could not compare to. In the blink of an eye, the sword aura arrived. Although there was only a little left, it still landed on Reverend Sky Inch's body and rapidly began to cut him. Reverend Sky Inch roared, and a powerful force swept out, shattering all the sword aura. Although the sword aura was sharp, it was also easy to break. Moreover, it was inevitable that there would be a situation where one's strength would be insufficient after a spurt of energy, so Reverend Sky Inch could break it. Chapter 1791. Immediately after, the Venerable One punched down, and Bai Jian's chest felt as if it had been hit by a hammer. The huge skeleton's shadow flashed and disappeared, but he still could not block the huge force. He quickly fell back and could not control himself at all. The Venerable One lowered his head and looked at the wounds on his body. He immediately frowned, and his expression became extremely ugly. It was obvious that he was angry. It could be said that Bai Jian's attack made him feel different. If he could not guard against the brat's sword intent, he might really be seriously injured and unable to match him. Princess Mingzhu also took advantage of this opportunity to catch her breath. The flying sword also quickly turned upward and flew toward the Venerable One's head. The old man was only a little absent-minded and recovered in a flash. He looked at the flying sword and smiled coldly. He reached out and grabbed it in his hand. No matter how the sword swayed, it could not escape his control. On the ground, Xiao Yang let out a low roar and rose from the ground. He caught the white sword and deflected the huge force. After he landed, the ground shook and the mountains shook. The other 9 people who were supporting the heavenly stem formation were also affected. Their bodies trembled. After Bai Jian gave Xiao Yang a look, they understood each other's thoughts. Soon after, the white-clothed man held the divine sword in his hand and soared into the sky again. Xiao Yang returned to his original position and smiled bitterly in his heart. This was because he knew very well that even though Bai Jian had the skeleton armor to protect him, his foundation was still too weak. If he hadn't helped him, he would have ended up in a state where his bones were about to fall apart. Bai Jian's sword was incomparably sharp, but at the same time his weakness was also very obvious. Even though the skeleton armor could avoid the sharp attacks, under the gravity there was still a flaw. He could only forcefully endure it. At this moment, Gu Shun looked at Xiao Yang with dissatisfaction. It was also because he had received the attack that they were also affected. However, Xiao Yang turned a blind eye to it. These people were short-sighted, so he naturally would not care about them. If something were to happen to Bai Jian, their great celestial stem formation would be greatly weakened. By then, without the sharpest sword, who would be able to withstand it? Now was the time for them to work together. If anyone wanted to muddle their way through, they might end up in a miserable state of failure. Therefore, everyone had to take out everything they had. If they still had to consider their own condition and not help their companions, then what was the point of this alliance? Gu Shun was extremely upset when he saw that Xiao Yang was ignoring him. High up in the sky, the triad formation, led by Princess Mingzhu, also launched an extremely fierce attack. Now, the 3 of them no longer held back and brought out their best skills. This was because they knew very well that the great celestial stem formation below them would only last for an hour. At that time, it would be even more impossible for him to win. Therefore, they had to end the battle as soon as possible. Bai Jian and Unrivaled God were also extraordinarily courageous. Every attack was extremely fierce. They knew very well that ending the battle as soon as possible was the best strategy. As for the price they would have to pay, it was not something they could estimate, as long as they could win. So what if they had more injuries? Moreover, as long as they could defeat Venerable One-Inch Sky, the opportunity on Heaven Peak Mountain would allow them to improve a lot. Therefore, in the face of great benefits, they joined forces. Since they wanted to get it, they naturally had to give it their all. Bai Jian, in particular, was even more unscrupulous now that he had Xiao Yang to support him from below. He had a solid and reliable back, so he could do whatever he wanted. He had no qualms about attacking with his sword each time, and he gave it his all. He did not have to consider his escape route or backup plan at all. He believed that Venerable One-Inch Sky would finish the battle for him. Unrivaled God's physique was not weak either. He was not as weak as Bai Jian, so he only needed the support of the great celestial stem formation. All of a sudden, The 5 of them attacked with unparalleled ferocity. Venerable 1-inch Sky's expression changed slightly. This was because he felt that these little things were not to be underestimated when they joined forces. Although Venerable 1-inch Sky seemed to be at ease in the beginning, the attacks became more frequent and more powerful. It became more strenuous for him to parry them. Moreover, the death energy here was restricted by the 12 celestial stem formation, so he could not mobilize the energy of heaven and earth as he wished. This made things worse for him. Sword gleams and sword shadows appeared one after another. Sparks and lightning flashes did not stop either. This gave Venerable 1-inch Sky a headache. Although the attacks of the 3 above were the most powerful, he could still handle them with the replenishment of death energy. However, the 2 below had elements that countered his attributes. This was the most troublesome part. "You annoying little kids. You're really pushing your luck." Venerable 1-inch Sky roared angrily and slammed his palm down at the same time. Suddenly, a gigantic black palm print fell. It was only a small palm at first, but it grew rapidly as it fell. The surrounding death energy was also rapidly infused into it. In Venerable 1-inch Sky's opinion, as long as he could break the 12 celestial stem formation below, the 2 little kids who countered him would lose their foundation. They would not be able to continue their rampage. When they saw the gigantic palm print, Bai Jian and unrivaled God immediately turned their spears around, ready to take it down. They knew very well that if something went wrong below and they could no longer restrict the surging death energy, Venerable 1-inch Sky would no longer be suppressed. By then, he would not be able to fight anymore. It could be said that each of them was the key. None of them could be missing. If any of them were missing, the final result might be a complete defeat. Therefore, no matter which part of the formation went wrong, they had to quickly replenish their resources. Xiaoyang and the others knew how powerful the palm print was. They immediately switched the formation to a defensive one. Immediately, the top of their heads glowed continuously and gathered to form a light screen. Bai Jian and unrivaled God broke out of the palm print, but they could not completely shatter it. The palm print landed on the light screen, causing the formation to shake immediately. The people below trembled as if they had suffered a heavy blow. For a moment, everyone's qi and blood were boiling in their bodies. They rose and fell like a tidal wave, shocking the heavens. Chapter 1792. Even with the support of the formation and the division of each strand of power, no one felt good. Their internal organs had also been shaken quite a bit. From this, it could be seen how powerful the seemingly ordinary palm was. If a single person were to take it head-on, they would probably die on the spot. No one knew what realm the Venerable Sky-inch was in when he was alive, but the strength he displayed now was still extraordinary. It was truly shocking to be able to maintain such strength after countless years of baptism. That said, one must know that with their lineup and the support of the spirit formation, they would be able to fight even against experts of that cultivation level. It was evident how powerful the Venerable Sky-inch was. Princess Mingzhu furrowed her brows when she saw the situation below. However, the flying sword continued to move and the sword qi turned golden. It kept crisscrossing as it charged toward the old man. However, she knew very well that if the heavenly stem formation below was broken, their 3-talent formation would definitely lose its support and lose a lot of its power. By then, Bai Jian and unrivaled God might lose their combat ability. It would be a joke if they only relied on the 3 of them to defeat the Venerable Sky-inch. Therefore, they definitely could not let the situation worsen. If the attack was directed at them, they might be able to resist it. The Venerable Sky-inch seemed to have lost his initial patience as he slammed his palm down again. The palm print fell again as if dark clouds were pressing down on a city. It was obviously a drastic measure. As long as the heavenly stem formation below was broken, they would lose their foundation. Their aura would not be guided and restricted. Then, fighting these little kids would be child's play. 3,000 golden rain. Princess Mingzhu yelled. The flying sword suddenly hovered high in the sky as countless golden sword chi appeared continuously. Each sword chi was filled with killing intent as if they were unstoppable and unrivaled. Under the guidance of the aura, the sword seemed to be dyed golden as it shone brightly. The venerable Sky Inch lifted his head when he saw that. He looked at the sharp sword hovering above his head, but his expression remained the same. Although the power of this move was great, it was still a little imperfect for him. The only drawback was the difference in strength between them, as well as the fact that this place was not conducive for cultivators to use their full-body techniques. Soon after, Sky Inch Zunzun let out a low cry and cupped his hands together. Immediately, a cluster of black fog appeared like an arch bridge and surged towards the golden sharp sword. Luo Rong and Han Fenglu understood that Princess Mingzhu was anxious. However, the current situation was so urgent that they couldn't afford to think too much. Therefore, it wasn't a bad idea to end the battle as soon as possible. Even if they could hold on, the Heavenly Stem Grand Formation might not be able to. Suddenly, the jade green bamboo cane also emitted a dim light. Bit by bit, it quickly connected to a line. The line also quickly expanded, becoming a rope. In the end, it was like a dragon. It had an extremely powerful aura and was unparalleled. The chilling aura emitted by the profound ice sword became increasingly dense, as if it wanted to freeze the entire world. Because of this, the chilling aura became even more powerful. The venerable Sky Inch naturally sensed the changes around him, but the smile on his face was still disdainful. All along, he didn't think that these people could threaten him, which was why he was so calm. Countless golden sword rain poured down at this moment like a majestic downpour. Under the dazzling golden light, it was so dazzling that it hurt people's eyes. It was almost difficult to open them. Under the golden light, the venerable Sky Inch wasn't afraid at all. His hands were still cupped together, and the arch bridge formed by the black fog also blocked all the golden sword rain like an umbrella. At this moment, the jade green dragon and the icicle also attacked at the same time in a menacing manner. The venerable Sky Inch kicked out, and the jade green dragon was on the verge of collapse. With another kick, more than half of the icicle mixed in the wind and snow shattered at the same time. However, this wasn't enough to completely destroy it. In the next moment, the jade green dragon surged into the venerable Sky Inch's body and began to wreak havoc. The wind and snow shrouded him. Although the freezing sound was soft, it was very pleasant to hear. The arch bridge formed by the black fog also began to tremble at this moment, and it was no longer as indestructible as before. On the ground, everyone suppressed their chi and blood, and after barely stabilizing their minds, they were overjoyed when they saw the great changes in the battle above. Suddenly, their morale was greatly boosted. Everyone no longer held back and began to release their power frantically. At this moment, it could be said that they were truly united and cooperated sincerely. Now that they saw the opportunity for victory, how could they not be excited? Perhaps if they were lucky in the Heaventop Mountain, it was even possible for them to reach the sky in a single bound. Everyone had an unreachable dream in their hearts. Usually they could only think about it, but when everything was within reach, who wouldn't go all out? Although the venerable Sky Inch hadn't been defeated yet, he was suppressed, and this was the opportunity for victory. As the saying went, 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. Moreover, there were so many of them, and with the suppression of 2 formations, there was an opportunity. The golden sword rain poured down, penetrating the venerable Sky inch by inch, and the sound of countless mysterious ice cracking was incessant. Hearing such a beautiful sound, many people were very excited. Victory seemed to be close at hand, and it made them happy. Before the sword rain ended, Princess Mingzhu and the others immediately began to prepare for the next round of attacks. They knew very well that with just this level of attack, even if they went all out, it would be difficult to kill the venerable Sky Inch. They didn't have the strength to make the final decision, so they could only slowly wear the other party down. All of a sudden, a loud shout was heard, and in an instant the wind and clouds surged. Countless black fog was released from the venerable Sky Inch's body. The remnant power that had been trying to kill his soul was also completely devoured. Now, the venerable Sky Inch's body looked even more pure black. The venerable Sky Inch looked at the ants in front of him and roared angrily again. He didn't expect the strength of these children to be so strong that they could threaten him. Go to hell! The venerable Sky Inch roared angrily and slapped out again, and the power was even stronger than before. Chapter 1793. The palm strike contained most of Venerable One-Inch Sky's rage. In his opinion, the reason he was in such a state was all because of the ants beneath his feet. Although they did not cause any substantial harm to him, they were unusually annoying. Unrivaled God and Bai Jian's expressions changed drastically when they saw the gigantic palm strike coming down all of a sudden. Naturally, they knew very well that if it were to land, someone would definitely be severely injured. It was even possible that the heavenly stem formation would never be able to recover from the impact. Therefore, the two of them did not dare to think too much about it. They crashed into it directly. As long as they could block most of the force so that the heavenly stem formation would not be destroyed directly, they would be able to hold on. Bai Jian and Unrivaled God were very determined as well. They did not have the slightest bit of fear, doubt, or hesitation. The two of them even gave it their all, mobilizing all the spiritual power in their bodies. They even borrowed the formation's power. The fiery red sword energy and the lightning spear shadow corresponded with each other, dazzling and dazzling. The two of them passed through the palm strike and reduced its force by half. However, they did not turn back because they knew very well that it would be meaningless even if they went back to save them now. Therefore, they might as well attack Venerable One-Inch Sky directly to fight for a chance of survival. As long as they defeated their opponent, he would not be able to fight back anymore. Everyone's hearts tightened when they saw the gigantic palm strike coming down. It was as if the heavens and earth were trembling. They could also feel that the palm strike was so powerful that it could kill any one of them directly. It was extremely overbearing. However, none of them ran for their lives. They had no other choice but to work together to get through this crisis. If one of them insisted on running away, they would only be killed directly. However, if they worked together to block the attack, they might still have a chance of survival. Therefore, the more it was like this, the more they needed to work together. Everyone was pouring out their strength in a frenzy, trying to block the attack. When it landed, the heavens and earth shook. It was so powerful that even 10,000 men could not stop it. Instantly, the time curtain was shattered. Everyone felt a huge force coming from above their heads. It was as if they were about to be crushed into powder. It was extremely unpleasant. However, everyone was bitterly persevering. They knew that if they collapsed now, they might have to stay here forever. Thus, they didn't dare to let out a sigh of relief and could only endure. Their unity also prevented the huge black palm from continuing its descent. The two forces clashed against each other. However, when another palm landed, the crowd was unable to withstand this powerful force. They were directly shaken to the point that they were unable to withstand it. They were directly sent flying, unable to control themselves at all. At this moment, the great heavenly stem array was destroyed. Rise! Even though Xiao Yang's divine sense see was shaken and his mind was in a daze, he was clear in his heart that the heavenly stem great array was the key to their victory. Instantly, he returned to his original position. He did not care about how many bones were broken in his body and how much qi and blood he had. It was like the rising tide of the sea, rising and falling one after another. If they couldn't maintain the heavenly stem formation, the situation would become very bad. It was even possible that they would be wiped out here. When Li Chuanyi and Yang Sun saw Xiao Yan like this, they also endured the surging qi and blood in their bodies that were colliding with their tendons and meridians and immediately returned to their original positions. The formation that had not been completely broken was barely holding on at this moment and did not shatter. Immediately, Gu Shan, Luo Ku, and the others also immediately stood up. With their addition, the formation was also maintained, but it could not be attacked. It might shatter at any time. Fortunately, after everyone came back to their senses, they took a deep breath and immediately returned to their original positions, stabilizing the great heavenly stem formation. However, no one felt good. Even though they were now seriously injured, they could only barely hold on. At this moment, everyone knew very well that if the lips were gone, the teeth would feel cold. No matter which part of their formation had a problem, they would be a burden to the other party. In the end, when the problems accumulated, they could only die. High up in the sky, Venerable Sky Inch suddenly took a deep breath after feeling the power of the formation weaken. Immediately, it could be said that he was like a whale swallowing, causing the wind and clouds to surge. The strength that had been depleted was also directly restored by half. When he felt the aura around him being restricted again, he was instantly furious. He did not expect these people to be so annoying. They could still stand up after taking a blow from him. It was really abominable. However, Venerable Sky Inch did not have the chance to free himself to deal with the people below because Bai Jian's sword and Lei Dingtian's silver spear had arrived. One had a sword chi that was like a rainbow, while the other had a spear that was like a dragon. At the same time, a storm was quietly approaching. It was mixed with countless icicles, which could be said to be murderous. After sensing the threat, Venerable Sky Inch was instantly enraged. With a low growl, he clenched his hands together and smashed them down like a hammer. Suddenly, a huge pair of hands appeared above Unrivaled God, like a warning to his head. Unrivaled God immediately turned the tip of his spear. Instead of retreating, he advanced and charged toward the huge pair of hands with his spear. He knew very well that if he were to attack with all his might, he might not be able to cause much damage. However, if he were to be hammered with all his might, he might really lose his ability to fight. Therefore, he knew very well what was more important. After attacking, Venerable Sky Inch immediately performed a hand seal. A huge palm appeared and actually held the storm in place. Everything looked as if nothing had happened. Heavenly Sword, Evil Slayer. Countless sword chis erupted at this moment as if nothing could stop them. Indeed, Venerable Sky Inch had blocked Unrivaled God and Luo Rong's attacks. However, Bai Jian was too fast for him to block at that moment. Countless flaming sword chis kept rushing upward, rapidly penetrating Venerable Sky Inch's body. Every sword intent was sharp. Although many of the sword chis were shattered in his body, the flaming energy was constantly releasing its own energy to suppress him. Venerable Sky Inch watched as the sword chis penetrated or remained in his body. He was still unperturbed, his eyes fixed on his opponent. Soon after, he threw a punch at Su Qin. A shadow of the skeleton armor flashed, and the white sword fell directly to the ground. At the same time, Unrivaled God's body fell from the attack. He could not resist it. However, Venerable Sky Inch did not have time to give chase because it was raining again above his head. It was a golden sword rain. Chapter 1794. Reverend Sky Inch frowned slightly when he saw the rain of golden swords. The intensity of the attacks was getting higher and higher, and each wave was stronger than the previous one. This made it a little strenuous for him to fend them off. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Reverend Sky Inch was naturally unafraid if it was any other time. However, the 2 formations restricted the flow of energy, so his strength was suppressed and he couldn't use his full strength. This was the biggest headache for Venerable Sky Inch. Originally, he thought that he could break the great heavenly stem formation first, but he didn't expect those ants to be so strong. They could still stand up under such circumstances. It was really detestable and hateful. Soon after, Reverend Inch Sky roared furiously. Immediately, boundless energy poured out from his body and swept out like a surging flood. His furious roar could be said to be soul-stirring. Immediately, everyone became absent-minded for a moment. However, everyone had long known this. They guarded their minds and regained their senses in an instant. Moreover, everyone once again began their own attacks. 3,000 golden swords rained down and began to pierce Reverend Sky Inch's body. No matter how the swords rampaged, Reverend Sky Inch forcefully stabilized himself. The snowstorm arrived once again. Reverend Sky Inch extended a hand and barely stopped it, causing it to be unable to advance any further. He was as steady as a mountain. However, the emerald green serpent had quietly approached at an unknown time. It suddenly wrapped around Reverend Sky Inch tightly and began to twist its body rapidly. It seemed like it wanted to strangle Reverend Sky Inch to death. In an instant, the situation seemed to have begun to tilt. The side that originally had victory in their grasp was beginning to be unable to hold on. Reverend Sky Inch didn't expect that the proficiency of the cooperation between these children would actually increase so quickly. Now, it was difficult for him to hold on. He felt some regret in his heart. He had been too arrogant before and felt that dealing with these ants would be as easy as flipping his hand. He never expected that they would become such a huge problem. It was even to the extent that they posed a threat to his life. Was he going to die just like that? That wasn't what Reverend Sky Inch was thinking. He would never allow such a situation to occur. Therefore, he had to eliminate either the annoying formation or the main attacker. In this way, no matter which one of them was missing, they would be powerless to continue. At that time, wouldn't it be easy to kill them all? With that thought in mind, Venerable Sky Inch took a deep breath and absorbed the remaining death chi around him into his body. With a loud shout, the emerald green flood dragon that was coiling around him was directly shattered by him. When Han Fenglu saw that his attack was actually shattered in this manner, he was instantly extremely shocked in his heart. As the saying goes, a centipede dies but never falls down. Moreover, he, Reverend Sky Inch, was still alive. Soon after, Han Fenglu didn't dare to think too much. She immediately activated the jade bamboo staff in her hand. Specks of dim light once again spread out. Obviously, she wanted to continue attacking and control her opponent first. Furthermore, Han Fenglu's role was to control the situation. As for the true killing blow, it was still in Princess Mingju's hands. Only her cultivation was the highest, and her killing power was the strongest. As for the storm, Sky Inch shouted angrily. He reached out and clenched his fist, causing the storm to explode. It turned into countless fragments and fell down like falling snow. It was very beautiful. Heavenly sword of evil. With a fierce shout, the crimson-red sword intent charged up once more from below. Even though Bai Jian had been struck down and his injuries were even more indescribable, he still moved forward and didn't care about his injuries. He knew that he had to create an opportunity for his companions. Of course, Bai Jian didn't just want to place his hopes on others. If it was before, he would indeed be able to do so. But now that he had the Thunder Fire Sword in his hand, he had such an opportunity and possibility. So why wouldn't he do it? If he could heavily injure Venerable Siyuan Tian, then the strike would have been worth it. Even if his organs had cracked even more because of his full-powered strike this time, Venerable Siyuan Tian's heart would still be in danger. It was even to the extent that some of his tendons and veins had started to break. However, he still didn't retreat at all, and his sword intent was even more fearless. This strike could be considered his last strike. It was filled with all his sword intent and strength. If it failed, then only death would await him. However, he was even more confident that this strike of his would be the one that would decide the direction of the battle. Those seemingly solid sword chis burned with raging flames, as if they were going to burn the entire sky. Sky Inch Knight suddenly turned his head and was shocked when he saw the white-clothed young man with a firm sword heart brazenly charging over. He didn't expect the little kid to be so reckless and disregard the consequences. "You're courting death." Sky Inch Knight roared angrily and slammed his palm down. Obviously, he wanted to kill Bai Jian directly. However, Bai Jian still didn't show the slightest sign of cowardice or retreat in the face of the incomparably turbulent palm force. His sword intent was like that. Once he attacked, he would charge forward bravely without any way to retreat. Streaks of sword chi passed through the palm force, and the remaining palm force also hit his body. He didn't care how serious the injuries he had suffered were, no matter how much the skeleton armor phantoms appeared. He still didn't retreat. In the next moment, Sky Inch Knight's face changed drastically. The countless crimson sword intents had already spread out in his body, constantly strangling the power and vitality in his body. Under the suppression of his attribute, the scorching heat made him feel extremely uncomfortable. With a loud roar, a young man came forward with a spear. The spear was entwined with endless lightning as if it was invincible. High up in the sky, the woman, who looked incomparably holy, formed a sword seal with both hands. The pure power also constantly drifted away, and the sharp sword suspended in the middle once again emitted a golden light. Every ray of light seemed to be inviolable and incomparably sharp. "Break for me!" Princess Mingzhu roared angrily. Immediately, the sharp sword also rapidly enlarged and fell directly. Although there wasn't the slightest trace of sword chi on the huge golden sword, the power of this sword was already extraordinary and unrivaled. It was as if everything was already destined and difficult to change. Venerable Sky Inch panicked when he saw the attacks coming at him one after another. Each attack seemed to be able to shake him. Suddenly, these attacks overlapped, and the strength was unimaginable. If he was still alive, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. However, he was now just an undead spirit and was no longer the Sky Inch Knight from before. Boom! Chapter 1795. As the countless attacks fell, the various sword lights and powers also converged, constantly crushing and colliding with each other. In the middle of the storm was Reverend Sky Inch. He tried his best to protect his primordial spirit, but it was to no avail. It was impossible for him to resist the omnidirectional and indiscriminate attacks. Everyone looked at the storm, but they did not dare to use their divine senses to investigate. They only prepared for a backup. If they could not kill Reverend Sky Inch with this attack, they would immediately launch the next round of attacks and eliminate him completely. They would not give him the slightest chance. After Bai Jian was hit by the palm, he fell again. He fell directly like a meteor. It could be said that his speed was extremely fast. When Xiaoyang saw this, he immediately rushed up and supported him. However, under the attack of the huge force, he could not stabilize his body at all and could only continue to be knocked back. At the same time, he was also constantly reducing the force. If he did not help Bai Jian, he would probably only have half a breath left, even if he did not die after falling. How could a friend who had gone through life and death together watch him fall to such a state? When everyone saw this, they immediately activated the power of the great heavenly stem formation and prepared to help Xiaoyang. This was the sharing of honor and disgrace. The battle was not over yet. If anything happened to Bai Jian, they really could not find a replacement. They had naturally seen the sword strike that Bai Jian had slashed out earlier, and they knew that they had the same ability as Ayo. If they could not protect Bai Jian, they would lose their sharpest sword. After it landed, the great heavenly stem formation began to tremble. It could be seen how terrifying the palm power was. When the skeleton shadow disappeared, the corners of Xiaoyang's mouth twitched slightly because he saw a crack. Even the armor had cracks on it. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the power of that palm was. This point really made people have some lingering fear in their hearts. After everyone stabilized the great heavenly stem formation, they looked at Bai Jian again. Bai Jian looked at his friend, who had gone through life and death together with him, and a smile appeared on his lips. As long as he had this friend, he only needed to attack and could leave his back to him without worry. It was the same no matter when. It was also because of this that Bai Jian could attack without caring about the cost. He did not need to think about the consequences. Someone would clean up for him. When the storm calmed down, they also saw Reverend Sky Inch, but he was not directly killed. However, everyone could feel that Reverend Sky Inch's aura had become very weak and was no longer as strong as before. If they were to estimate his strength based on their cultivation, his current strength was equivalent to King Wu's level 7 existence. It could be said that if there was a suitable method, anyone could kill him. Reverend Sky Inch looked at these ants. Reverend Sky Inch. He did not expect that he would actually fall at this place. Seeing the sharp sword hanging high in the sky, emitting a golden radiance, once again, he gnashed his teeth in anger. Even if I can't live, do you think you can? Venerable Sky Inch shouted angrily. Reverend, 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 Reverend Sky, Reverend to Sky to him. However, he wanted to fight to the death. Reverend Sky Inch then roared angrily, and the remaining power in his body suddenly exploded. Let's go! Han Fenglu shouted when he saw this and immediately retreated. He knew that this was Reverend Sky Inch's self-destruction when he had no way out. He wanted to drag everyone down with him. Princess Mingzhu looked down coldly and snorted. Instead of retreating, she advanced and immediately took out countless weapons. Clearly, she wanted to form the first line of defense to block the power of the self-destruction. Of course, she also wanted the people below to not be affected. Under Han Fenglu's influence, Luo Rong was also prepared to retreat immediately. However, when he saw the woman rush up without hesitation, a feeling of respect and admiration arose in his heart. He then looked down and saw that his close relatives were also there. If he only cared about himself and retreated, what would he do? Therefore, Luo Rong did not dare to have the slightest intention of retreating. He roared angrily, and layers of black ice rapidly began to erect in an attempt to block the huge impact. Boom! A tyrannical force swept out, and countless shattering sounds were incessantly heard. Among them were weapons, black ice, and so on. Under the storm, they could not withstand it and were constantly shattering. Each wave of power was stronger than the last, rising and falling one after another like a tidal wave. Even though Reverend Sky Inch's power had been greatly weakened, he was still one of the best in his realm. Even if it was just the power of the self-destruction of his soul, it was still not to be underestimated. It was terrifying, extraordinary, and unpredictable. Han Fenglu retreated to the side in a moment. He looked at the two people who were fighting with all their might, and even the people below who were using all their strength to activate the great heavenly stem formation to resist. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. It could be said that among the dozen people, he was the only one who retreated. It seems that I'm afraid that the crime of being a coward has been settled. Han Fenglu said somewhat self-deprecatingly, but he did not look guilty at all. Even his eyes were shining, as if he was looking forward to something. He saw that the power was constantly sweeping out, but the heaven-top mountain beside them did not seem to be affected at all. It stood there unmoving. Seeing this, Han Fenglu frowned slightly. He was now a little curious. What was the heaven-top mountain like? It was actually so powerful. It was really unbelievable. Could it be that the heaven-top mountain is protected by some kind of formation? Han Fenglu thought to himself, but he could not explain it. It was like this in the tomb of the god of sin. There were too many strange things, and not all of them could be figured out. The storm was not over yet, but the people could not hold on any longer. It could be said that it was extremely difficult. However, they did not dare to retreat. If they retreated, they would be a burden to their companions. They relied on the great heavenly stem formation to resist part of the power, but most of it still needed to be resisted by themselves. Of course, the most tragic ones were the two people in the sky. They were directly facing the core of the explosion. Suddenly, someone in the great heavenly stem formation could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Immediately, the formation shattered. Storm after storm swept over, and Xiaoyang and the others could not resist at all. They rolled on the ground along with the force, unable to control themselves at all, and were swept along by the waves. Chapter 1796. The storm lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before it finally subsided. Everything returned to normal, and the only things left behind were the traces of the great battle. It was a scene of devastation. There were potholes everywhere, and even some of the hills had been razed to the ground. Only the Heaven's Peak was still standing there, as if it had not been affected by the attack at all. It was like looking up to a tall mountain. That mountain was so unique in this place. It was as if no matter what kind of storm it faced, it would not be destroyed. It was like a sharp sword that would always stand there and would never be broken. As for the cultivators, they were lying all over the place. Every one of them looked miserable and had some injuries on their bodies. Many of them even suffered severe internal injuries and were unable to move at all. At the foot of Heaven's Top Mountain, a woman in a white robe sat cross-legged. The sharp sword was still hanging in front of her, as if it was protecting its master. The woman was still wearing a veil, and her face could not be seen clearly. However, her white veil was stained red with blood. Even the clothes on her body were in tatters. She was in an extremely sorry state and was no longer as calm and composed as before. Soon after, the woman calmed her mind and put away the sharp sword. She sighed helplessly. Originally, they thought that they could take her down if they worked together. However, they did not expect that they would have to pay a heavy price. Disregarding everything else, they had lost more than half of their magic weapons. She looked up and saw Luo Rong stumbling to his feet. He glanced at her, smiled, and walked forward. Luo Rong's injuries were not light either. After all, he was the second person to take on the storm head-on. Even though he had erected countless black ice to protect himself, it was difficult for him to withstand it completely. Therefore, he could only take it head-on and did not dare to take even half a step back. The woman did not even take half a step back. How could he, a man of 7 feet, be afraid? Soon, Luo Rong found his brother, Luo Ku, and helped him up. Although his brother's breath was weak and his injuries were serious, he was still breathing. As long as he was still alive, this was no longer a problem. Because the biggest enemy in this area had been eliminated, they were safe until the other undead discovered the empty space. Therefore, there was no need to worry about this. At this time, many people began to stand up and look for their fellow disciples and friends. After Xiaoyang got up, he was not in a hurry to find anyone. Instead, he immediately took several pills and began to stabilize his injuries so that they would not continue to spread. After Bai Jian got up, he saw that Xiaoyang seemed to be able to protect himself, but his junior brother Li Chunyi's life was hanging by a thread. He immediately walked over and transferred the last bit of energy in his body to Li Chunyi, ensuring that Li Chunyi would not die here. Of course, there were people who had died here. Chu Chengfang was one of them. He was the only one who had died instantly. Many others were already heavily injured and on the verge of death. For example, Li Chunyi, Luo Ku, and Mo Yuan. Princess Mingzhu indifferently glanced at Shen Jinyi, her younger cousin. Soon after, she sighed and also walked over. Moreover, she passed a strand of power over to him, barely stabilizing his life force. It could be said that Shen Jinyi's injuries were the most serious. If he did not have a few years to recover, he might not be able to recover. In the end, he still had a breath left in him. As such, Princess Mingzhu could not just watch as he died, so she decided to lend him a hand. Then, she took out a pill and fed it to Shen Jinyi, stabilizing his heart meridians. Not long after, a man in green robes flew over with the wind. He held a green bamboo cane in his hand and a faint smile on his face. When everyone saw him, they were furious. While everyone was fighting with their lives, he was the only one who ran away at the sight of them. He did not care about their lives at all. This made everyone feel very unhappy in their hearts. She felt as if she had been betrayed. She felt uncomfortable. Han Fenglu, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Who do you think you are to run away at the last minute?" Li Zhang stood up first and scolded. Now Li Zhang could not care less. He felt that he would not be able to vent the anger in his heart. Therefore he had to say it. He could only feel better if he said it out loud. Otherwise it would be too aggrieving. Immediately, everyone felt somewhat displeased in their hearts. However, they did not show it on their faces. That was because most of them were seriously injured and did not want to speak at all. Han Fenglu smiled apologetically and said, "I thought that everyone would retreat. I didn't expect that all of you would stay. However, it would be too late for me to turn back." Listening to this far-fetched apology, Li Zhang's heart was filled with anger, and he felt very uncomfortable. His eyes were filled with anger, but he was unable to vent it. Of course, there were so many people here. Li Zhang was not afraid that Han Fenglu would go on a rampage and kill them. If he really dared to do so, he would be breaking the alliance. He would be surrounded and killed by everyone. Greedy for life and cowardly. Li Zhang shouted angrily. Han Fenglu still had a faint smile on her face. She did not seem to be affected by this. Princess Mingzhu did not say a word. Seeing that Shan Jinyi did not seem to show any signs of waking up, she sighed helplessly. Although Princess Mingzhu was protecting him now, the death aura seemed to be everywhere. It could not go on like this forever. Moreover, she wanted to go to Heaven Peak Mountain to comprehend the opportunity that belonged to her. Luo Rong glanced at them indifferently. He did not care about the dispute. He was not in the mood to think about it now. Now he felt that he just had to wait until Luo Ku's condition stabilized before going to Heaven Peak Mountain to comprehend. As for Han Fenglu, he could only conclude that she was not someone to be trifled with. A person like her who ran away at the last minute might stab others in the back when they encountered a crisis in the future. Shan Wushuang and Bai Jian did not have the energy to care about these things. Meanwhile, the people from the Green Li world stood up one after another. They looked in front of them silently, as if they wanted to know something. So what if I'm a coward? Compared to you, Li Zhang, I'm much better. Moreover, do I need you to judge me? Han Fenglu suddenly changed her attitude and said, Chapter 1797. At this moment, Xiaoyang also came out of his meditative state. He slowly got up and walked towards Bai Jian. Now there was also a voice in Xiaoyang's heart that said, "Walk over, walk over." It was this voice that controlled him, making him walk step by step towards his friend who had gone through life and death together. Although he didn't know the reason, he slowly walked over like a walking corpse. Bai Jian was alert at first, but when he turned around and saw that it was Xiaoyang walking over, he smiled calmly and did not take any precautions. In his eyes, this friend of his was incomparably reliable. Then, Bai Jian seemed to have thought of something. He took out a bottle from his chest and said, "I know that you've used up a lot this time and might not have any pills left. Take this and use it. If you don't have enough, let me know." Xiaoyang smiled indifferently and nodded. He took it and sat down, retrieving his Thunderfire Divine Sword. Bai Jian looked at the Thunderfire Divine Sword with a glimmer of hope in his eyes, but he quickly shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Previously, Bai Jian had been fighting happily with the Thunderfire Divine Sword. Of course, this was also related to the grade of the weapon. However, on second thought, the Thunderfire Divine Sword would probably only become a sharp sword in his hands. He would not be able to unleash its characteristics at all. He felt a little regretful, so he stopped thinking about it. If he could really unleash the power of the sword, he would definitely ask for it. He also believed that Xiaoyang was not a stingy person and would give it to him. However, if he could not completely merge with it, why would he humiliate himself? What do you want? When Li Zhang saw Han Fenglu slowly walking over, he immediately felt a huge pressure and started to stammer as he spoke. Han Fenglu was a 9th level greater mastery cultivator after all, and his strength was even more profound. Moreover, he had retreated early and was not affected at all. Therefore, Li Zhang knew that he was no match for him. Weren't you full of anger and arrogance just now? I'd like to see how much confidence you have and how much courage you have." Han Fenglu said with a faint smile on his face. Everything else seemed insignificant to him now. At this moment, Li Zhang's heart was a little flustered. He didn't expect that the elegant and easygoing Han Fenglu from before would have such an aggressive aura now. This was really a little strange. Could it be that I've touched his sore spot? That's why he's so uncomfortable and wants to beat me up? For a time, more and more thoughts appeared in Li Zhang's mind, but in the end, he couldn't find any evidence. The reason for that was because he had no idea what was going on. Han Fenglu also approached step by step, but each step was very slow. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. Very leisurely. However, he quietly unleashed his aura and focused it on Li Zhang. "Brother Han, why bother with him?" Seeing this, Luo Rong also spoke up. Although Li Zhang's words were a little hurtful, they were also the truth. However, there was no need to completely fall out over a few words. It was meaningless. That was why Luo Rong said that harmony breeds wealth. Now that they had crossed the chasm, it was time for them to rest for a while and collect their spoils of war. If they were to cause trouble now, it would be meaningless. It was only because everyone worked together that they were able to achieve this situation. It was not easy. Han Fenglu didn't seem to hear this and continued to move forward. "What do you want?" Li Zhang was still retreating, but the huge pressure made his footsteps slower and slower. Now Li Zhang was panicking because he could feel the real murderous intent. Han Fenglu walked in front of Li Zhang. The faint smile was still there, but it was as chilling as a demon. "I said that I want to see how big your guts are." Han Fenglu smiled. Li Zhang was about to go crazy. He could feel the real murderous intent. It was not as simple as a joke. In an instant, the atmosphere became a lot more tense. Everyone's gaze fell on Han Fenglu. They wanted to see what he was going to do. "Enough!" Princess Mingzhu saw that something was wrong and shouted sternly. However, just as Princess Mingzhu finished speaking, a scream was heard. Han Fenglu's hand directly reached into Li Zhang's body. He suddenly grabbed, and Li Zhang's gallbladder was extracted. When Li Zhang saw the scene before him, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't expect this at all. Under such circumstances, how dare you, Han Fenglu, act like this? At that moment, Xiao Yang's body suddenly trembled. His eyes also regained their clarity. When he saw Han Fenglu attack Li Zhang, his brows were tightly knitted together. However, in the next moment, he became a little murky again. This was because Song Zhongling noticed the change in Xiao Yang. He took out a piece of barbecued meat, which seemed to be prepared beforehand. Such a wonderful fragrance seemed a little inappropriate in this place that was filled with blood. "So you're so timid. However, you dare to challenge me like this. Aren't you overestimating yourself a little?" Han Fenglu said jokingly. The smile on his face became wider. With so many changes happening all of a sudden, everyone's hearts were filled with astonishment. Countless doubts appeared in their hearts. Why did Han Fenglu, who had always been gentle and refined, suddenly become so different? It could even be said that he had revealed his ferocious side. Many people were dumbfounded. They couldn't figure out what was going on. Especially Li Zhang, he almost couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Does Han Fenglu want to be enemies with everyone? How dare he do this? What is he trying to do? Luo Rong also frowned and clenched his fists. He felt that what Han Fenglu was doing was a little unreasonable. Even if he wanted to burn the bridge after crossing the river, he didn't have to be so ruthless. At that moment, Li Zhang thought of a life-saving straw. He took out a token and directly crushed it. That was the token to leave the divine tomb, but it was useless. Don't you know that within the range of the Heaven Peak Mountain, you can't leave the divine tomb with a token? Han Fenglu said with a smile. Hearing this explanation, Li Zhang's heart was incomparably desperate. It was as if the last trace of life had been ruthlessly extinguished at this moment. Han Fenglu. Just as Princess Mingzhu spoke, the tip of a sword pierced through her body. Chapter 1798. Princess Mingzhu lowered her head and looked at the young man in front of her. His eyes were still closed, but a sharp sword had appeared in his hand and pierced into her body. In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through Princess Mingzhu's mind. How did things change so quickly? At the same time, she raised her hand, but she could not bring herself to slap it down. Although Shun Jinyi had stabbed her with his sword, they were still cousins. If she slapped him down, he might not be able to keep his life. In an instant, Princess Mingzhu shouted and immediately pulled away from him. At the same time, she turned around and slapped him down. Bang! With a dull thud, Princess Mingzhu was pushed back by the slap. She only stabilized herself when her body hit the top of Heaven Peak Mountain. She lowered her head and looked in front of her angrily. Unknowingly, a man in coarse hemp clothes was standing where she was previously. That person's face was black and there was no light in his eyes. He was like a walking corpse. In particular, the black aura between his eyebrows was even more frightening. The man's eyes were fixed on Princess Mingzhu, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. However, there was more of a playful look in his eyes. Su Mu Hua. Princess Mingzhu gritted her teeth and said. As soon as she said that, some people were confused. However, some people knew who Su Mu Hua was. Su Mu Hua was the #1 genius of the Green Li world 1,000 years ago. Back then, she was many times more famous than Han Fenglu. Ever since she entered the tomb of the god of sin, there was no news of her. Unexpectedly, she became a tomb keeper in the tomb of the god of sin to prolong her life. That man smiled faintly and appeared very calm. He said, I didn't expect the princess to know me. It is my honor. You are indeed the most dazzling star in the realm of the gods. Even though you are severely injured, you are still able to exchange a blow with me. Impressive, impressive. Although Su Mu Hua was praising him, there was more playfulness in her voice. Princess Mingzhu's gaze swept across quickly, and she quickly realized the current situation. Even if she did not know what was going on, she could tell that something was amiss. Xiao Yang's heart tightened, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Now he felt that this matter was far from as simple as he had thought. Initially, he thought that only the people who came with the cultivators from the Greenly realm were being controlled. He did not expect Shinjini to be controlled as well. Previously, Xiao Yang had been paying attention to Li Zhang, who was the only one left alive. He thought that Li Zhang was just trying to attract attention. Who would have thought that the Greenly realm had set up such a huge trap? Many people's minds were in a mess right now. They didn't understand what was going on at all. It could be said that they were caught off guard. Their minds were similar to paste. On the other hand, Li Zhang, who felt the terrifying killing intent, was now in complete despair. Now that Princess Mingzhu, who could uphold justice for him, could not even protect herself, what else could he do? Furthermore, he also knew about Su Mu Hua. He could hear the pity in the words of the elders. If Su Mu Hua was still around, she would definitely become the person in charge of the Greenly world. At that time, Su Mu Hua was already at the upper tier of rank 9. After 1,000 years, it was really hard to say what had happened. Furthermore, it was even harder to estimate how much he had improved. When Han Fenglu saw Li Zhang's fearful expression, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Looking at the other party's fearful expression, she felt very pleased. I didn't expect you to be willing to deviate from the great path. Princess Mingzhu said disdainfully. Su Mu Hua shrugged and said, Who said that I'm deviating from the great path? Don't you know what it means to reach the same destination by different routes? Princess Mingzhu did not say anything, but she was sure that this was definitely not planned 1,000 years ago. After all, she was not even born 1,000 years ago. However, She did not know what Su Muhua's purpose in staying in the tomb of the gods was. Are you guys crazy? Shen Wushuang stood up furiously and yelled angrily. Although Shen Wushuang was in a terrible state right now, he knew that he had to stand up. He could not just stand by and watch this continue. However, he could not understand why the Greenly realm had suddenly fallen out with him. Han Fenglu glanced at Shen Wushuang indifferently, then struck out with her palm, killing Li Zheng instantly. I'm not crazy. You guys are just too stupid, Han Fenglu said with a smile. Shen Wushuang still did not understand what was going on. What exactly was the Greenly realm plotting by doing this? Beside them, Luo Rong also glanced around and quickly analyzed the current situation. Because Han Fenglu had preserved her strength and Su Muhua had joined them, the Greenly realm could be said to be the dominant force now. They were all seriously injured, especially Princess Mingzhu, who had decided the outcome of the battle. She had taken most of the power released by the venerable one-inch sky, and her strength had hit rock bottom. As a result, there was no way they could fight her at all. Ru Jin Xiaoyang also gripped his white sword with one hand. With a glance, he sent him a message. Bai Jian seemed to have understood something as well. With a wave of his hand, the saint-level Dharma weapon left Li Chuni's hand and returned to his own. Since Shan Jinyi could be controlled, it was possible that Li Chuni could be controlled as well. Therefore, it was better to be careful. At the same time, Bai Jian also read Xiaoyang's message, which was that even his best friend had fallen into the trap. This was the only way he could warn him now. Bai Jian also kept his cool. He believed that since this friend of his could find clues and warn him, it meant that there was a way to counterattack. As for when to launch the counterattack, that would depend on the timing. That's true. It's natural that you, Shen Wushuang, are brainless. Han Fenglu laughed coldly. As soon as she said that, Shen Wushuang was still thinking about the meaning of her words. However, he felt pain coming from his back in the next moment. Yang Sun stood up. The spear had pierced through his abdomen. The golden spear was also stained red. Shen Wushuang lowered his head and looked at the spearhead that had pierced through his body. His brows were tightly knitted together. Why had he not thought of this? Since Shan Jinyi had fallen into the trap, it was possible that Yang Sun had fallen into the trap as well. Yang Sun's eyes were wide open. His expression was cold and resolute. There was no emotion to speak of. However, 2 streams of tears fell uncontrollably as if they were completely out of control. Chapter 1799. When Luo Rong saw this scene, he knew that things were not going well. When he was about to dodge, it was already too late. The dark ice sword had already pierced into his body. Luo Rong broke the dark ice sword with his palm and quickly retreated a few steps. When he saw that his brother Luo Ku was unconscious, he immediately gasped. These people were really powerful. They did not expect that they would be able to control the people close to them. Not only did they have Su Muhua, who could decide the outcome of the battle, they also prepared people close to them who would not be on their guard. Moreover, they caught them off guard and made it even harder for them to guard against them. At the same time, Li Chuni also made a move. However, his sword was not sharp enough and was blocked by the shadow of the armor. He could not pierce through it at all. Bai Jian sneered. Previously, he had put away his saint-level middle-tier sword in order to guard against this move. Fortunately, the strongest weapon in Li Chuni's hands was only a heaven-grade weapon. It was not enough to pierce through his bone armor. Han Fenglu looked over. After seeing this scene, she did not care at all. This was because Bai Jian, who had been seriously injured, could not cause any trouble now. Therefore, what was there to be afraid of? Not to mention that she could easily get rid of Bai Jian. She also had Su Muhua to deal with. Junior Master Su, don't worry. After we return, I only have a way to settle this matter. Now, we only need to take down Princess Mingzhu. It's okay to kill the others. Han Fenglu laughed softly. Su Muhua only smiled faintly. However, the way she looked at Princess Mingzhu had also started to change. If you do this, The realm of the gods will not let you off." Luo Rong retreated to the side and scolded. However, Luo Rong's voice started to tremble. It was obvious that he was at the end of his rope. Han Fenglu sneered and said, "If all of you die in the tomb of the gods, then who will know about this matter? If Princess Mingzhu was not of great use, it would not be a problem to kill her." She said these words casually, as if she was pulling out a weed in her own yard. It was so simple and effortless. This plot of murder was as simple as playing house. Song Zhongling frowned when he saw that Xiaoyang had yet to make a move. He was puzzled. Could it be that he was no longer under his control? Soon after, Song Zhongling also took out some roasted meat and used his true energy to stimulate the aroma. After Xiaoyang smelled the fragrance, his expression was also shocked. Immediately his saliva flowed, and he looked like he couldn't control himself. At this moment, Xiaoyang raised the Thunderfire Divine sword with a dull look in his eyes. He looked like he was ready to kill someone. When Bai Jian saw this, he subconsciously took a few steps back and sternly shouted, "Wake up quickly!" Song Zhongling sneered. This was his greatest pride. After taming Xiaoyang, it would be much easier to deal with Bai Jian. It was well known that Bai Jian and Xiaoyang had a close relationship. Especially when they were at the Jade Pool, Bai Jian even stood up for Xiaoyang. Therefore, it seemed to be the best choice for Xiaoyang to severely injure Bai Jian. Soon after, Xiaoyang slashed with his sword. Bai Jian also slashed with his sword at the same time. In the next moment, the two figures flashed and disappeared. Immediately, the two sword intents became even more violent and swam quickly. Qi! Qi! Gu Shun and Mo Yuan lowered their heads to look at the sword and saber that came out of their bodies. Immediately, their eyes were filled with confusion. Why did these two people appear behind them? Shouldn't they be killing each other just now? Why was this happening? Han Fenglu, on the other hand, quickly retreated. Suddenly, a stream of sword will poured down and bombarded the place where he had been standing. The person holding the sword didn't hesitate. After a few ups and downs, he launched another fierce attack. Obviously, he wanted to kill Han Fenglu first. "Well done, Bai Jian!" Han Fenglu shouted angrily. The jade bamboo cane in her hand swept across and directly shook him away. Now, Bai Jian was just an arrow at the end of its flight. The attack just now could be said to be very forceful. After missing the first attack, he was already out of strength. However, he was unwilling to give up, and the result was still difficult to accept. After all, Han Fenglu was a cultivator at the peak of 9th stage. Her cultivation was even more impressive. Therefore, she hurriedly dodged the unexpected sword attack. Gu Shun looked at the saber that came out of his chest. His eyes were filled with confusion. What was going on? Why did Song Zhongling attack him? Do you think that only you know how to use poison to control people? Unfortunately, when I first ate that guy's roasted meat, I already knew. At that time, I also poisoned him. It seems that he thought that he had succeeded, so he neglected himself, Xiaoyang said with a faint smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyang shook his sword and blasted Mo Yuan's body apart. At the same time, he swept his sword across. Gu Shun and Song Zhongling's heads flew up and fell straight to the ground. Seeing that her 3 junior brothers had lost their lives in such a short time, Han Fenglu was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She was filled with hatred. She had never expected this guy to know about this trap from the beginning. Not only that, he even beat them at their own game and turned the situation around in one fell swoop. However, even if that was the case, so what? Could they really turn the tables? No matter how strong Xiaoyang was, he was only King Wu at 8th stage. Moreover, his injuries weren't light. How long could he last under her attack? Unrivaled God's train of thought also caught up a little. At the same time, he also understood that Xiaoyang's move had turned the tables on them. Princess Mingzhu also held a sharp sword in her hand. She glanced at the man who had the lowest cultivation level in Fairy Pool and then won in one fell swoop. At this point, He seemed to have begun to turn the tables. However, he had long sensed that something was wrong. Why did he not say anything? I'm very curious. Since you already knew that something was wrong, why didn't you say anything? Han Fenglu asked with a cold smile. Xiao Yang shrugged and said, If I were to say it, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as convincing as your fake reputation. I might as well wait until you reveal your true colors. Moreover, I don't know what you're up to. I thought that you were controlling the people around you. Now it seems that I was wrong. After he finished speaking, Xiao Yang suddenly shouted and quickly turned around, fleeing in one direction. How could Han Fenglu let him leave alive? Once this matter spread to the God realm, the Greenly realm would suffer a disaster because of it. All of their plans could go down the drain. However, a sword blocked Han Fenglu's path. Chapter 1800. Get out of my way! Han Fenglu yelled as she swung the jade bamboo staff in her hand. Instantly, an enormous force surged out like a tidal wave. It was extraordinarily ferocious, as if it could even split a mountain in half. It was unparalleled in its ferocity. Bai Jian saw the enormous force coming toward him, but decided to meet it head-on. In a flash, he dodged the attack and landed in the distance. He stood with his sword in hand and stared at his opponent without blinking. Bai Jian's heart was weak now. Looking at the opponent in front of him, he felt uneasy. Not only was there a gap in their levels, but he was also severely injured now. The spiritual power in his body was almost depleted. Furthermore, Han Fenglu looked like she was waiting for him to tire himself out. No matter how he fought, he would not be able to defeat her. Brother Han, why are you so angry? I was just joking. You don't have to be so serious. When Bai Jian saw that his best friend had left, he immediately revealed a mischievous smile. Bai Jian's change was huge in an instant. He had no choice but to do so. There was no spiritual power in his body at all. Even the slightest movement would affect his injuries, which would be even more painful. Therefore, it was better not to fight. As for the feint earlier, it was just to give Xiaoyang a chance to escape. Han Fenglu stared at Bai Jian with burning eyes and sneered. It could be said that among the four of them, this person was the most arrogant. Of course, he was also the only one who did not put on airs. As long as his temperament was compatible, he would talk nicely to anyone, such as Xiaoyang. Brother Han, do you think it's too late for me to join you now? Although I'm no longer important, wouldn't it be more convincing if I speak up for you after we get out? Moreover, if too many people die this time, it's inevitable that the God realm will suspect something. If there's any oversight when the time comes and they investigate, I'm afraid it'll be very disadvantageous for you guys, Bai Jian said worriedly. Luo Rong snorted coldly. He did not expect Bai Jian to change his attitude so quickly. This was truly a little unpredictable. On the other hand, Unrivaled God's expression remained the same. He did not believe that Bai Jian was someone who would betray his friends for glory. If he really wanted to rely on the Greenly world to survive, then why would he protect Xiaoyang and leave? If one knew the reason behind this, they would naturally understand after thinking about it for a while. Now that he had said so much, it was obvious that he was just stalling for time. However, after Xiaoyang left alone, what kind of helpers could he find to change the situation? Unrivaled God could not wrap his head around this. Moreover, even if he were to gather all the cultivators here, it would be futile. However, after Xiaoyang left, he would be able to report this matter to the deity realm. When that time came, Han Fenglu would definitely die. Even the Greenly realm, who was behind the scenes, would be affected by this. It was very likely that they would never be able to recover from this setback under the crusade. Therefore, Unrivaled God did not ask for too much now. He felt that as long as Xiaoyang could clearly explain what had happened here after he left, then everything would be fine. Seeing that Xiaoyang had disappeared, Han Fenglu snorted coldly and said, Bai Jian, don't try to talk nonsense with me. Do you think I'm stupid? I remember everything that happened in the Thousand Thunder realm very clearly. When Bai Jian heard this, he let out an indifferent laugh. Don't you have a unique method of controlling people? Just go ahead and do it. It's better to live than to die, right? Bai Jian looked like he was sincerely surrendering. It could be said that he was putting on a show. Han Fenglu held her emerald green bamboo staff and pointed it at Bai Jian, saying, "Do you really think I'm stupid?" Since Xiaoyang could break Song Zhongling's control and even counterattack, it meant that her poison and control were not incurable. He might be able to say anything in order to survive now, but once there was a chance for survival, he would probably turn hostile faster than anyone else. How could Han Fenglu not know this in his heart? Don't know. Seeing this, Bai Jian frowned slightly. He felt that there was really no way to explain this. "I can only be at ease when all of you are dead," Han Fenglu said, her tone becoming much softer. As soon as she said this, a majestic murderous intent was released. The others could not run far because of their injuries. Bai Jian, on the other hand, was still alive and kicking in front of her, which made her feel a little irritated. Therefore, she wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. "Mingzhu, why aren't you leaving?" Unrivaled God yelled at this moment. In Unrivaled God's opinion, they could all die here, but Princess Mingzhu could not. She was the hope of the God realm. Moreover, Princess Mingzhu would be the one to explain everything that happened here. That would be the most convincing. When the time came, revenge aside, even the Greenly world would have to die with them. In a flash, Princess Mingzhu's eyes darted around. She knew what the situation was like. However, she still could not bear to abandon them and run for her life. However, if he were to stay here, he would definitely die. Currently, she could only use less than half of her previous strength. Although Gu Shan and the others were taken care of by Xiaoyang with lightning speed, the most difficult part was still Su Hua and Han Fenglu. If it had been before, Princess Mingzhu would not have been afraid at all. However, she could not do so now. Not only had she exhausted all her strength in the battle with the venerable Inch Sky, but she had also destroyed countless magic weapons in order to withstand the damage caused by the self-destruction. In the end, she had even taken a hit from Shen Jini's sword. This caused her to be riddled with injuries and could not fight anymore. Even if she wanted to fight her way out, it would be extremely difficult. "You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission?" Su Hua seemed to have noticed something and yelled coldly. At this moment, Su Hua directly locked onto Princess Mingzhu's aura. If she wanted to escape, then she would have to expose her back to them. After sensing that her aura was completely locked onto, Princess Mingzhu also gave up on the idea of escaping. Now, it seemed that she could only fight her way out to have a chance of survival. If she kept running, she would be courting death. On the other hand, Bai Jian panicked as he watched Han Fenglu approaching him step by step. That tense pressure made Bai Jian's hair stand on end. However, his hand that was holding the sword was very stable. It was as if even if the sky fell, his attitude would not change at all. The hand that was holding the sword was always so stable. Han Fenglu saw how nervous Bai Jian was, and the smile on her face deepened. So what if he was in high spirits until now?